Is this on?
Hello.
Hello. That's on. All right. Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and call the governing board meeting to order, the business meeting. It's March 9th, 2023. Welcome, everyone. It's good to see you all. And we're going to start out with a Pledge of Allegiance today. Jackie, would you like to lead us?
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all here. We've got Mr. Martinez and Ms. Meads, I think, are on the phone. Is that correct? Charlie and Cheryl, good morning to you. Board members, I'm going to ask you make sure your microphone is on and that you please speak into the mic so online attendees can hear you. And if you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so we can still hear you. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to the website sfwmd.gov and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page and staff will help you. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each topic. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, so please do that if you want to comment, followed by those with raised hands on Zoom. Continuing on, let's go to employee recognitions. Go down to the well.
Check. All right. Okay. We've got some exciting recognitions to do today because we're doing our Employees of the Year from 2022 and our Team of the Year of 2022. So I'm happy to announce that our Employee of the Year of 2022 is Anthony Betts. He's the Principal Scientist for the Division of Ecosystem Restoration. So Anthony is a lead scientist in that group, and what he is known for, you may remember this from when he was Employee of the Month, but he is really known for taking data and putting it together in a way that we can use to make decisions, that the public can understand, and it's really elevating this whole ecosystem restoration program, particularly in the Northern Everglades, to a new level of information management, information sharing, and information understanding so we can prioritize. Hey, Anthony. Hey. So his strength is doing just that. He also has other duties like running dispersed water management and all those kind of things, which we very much appreciate, doing a great job at that. But really, he's that employee that is a leader. He mentors a lot of the new staff and under his tutelage. But he's a manager, he's a communicator, he's a leader, he's a great colleague, and he's absolutely very well deserving of 2022 Employee of the Year. Thank you. Congratulations.
Ready? In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Good job.
All right. So our 2022 Team of the Year is really probably no surprise to anyone, but it's our Blue-Green Algae Monitoring Response Team. I will call all the names and we'll applaud because there's a lot here because it was a lot of work. We have Ellen Allen, Bob Bolin, Kenneth Burks, Bobby Campbell, Jimmy Councilman, Linda Crean, Rory Feeney, Matt Garsky, Michael Grant, Yvette Hernandez, Paul Jones, M.D. Josen, Francois LaRoche, Robert Levitsky, Lakendra Matoli, Hugo Placier, Leroy Rogers, Sean Scully, Keten Kumar Shaw, Michael Tompkins, Brian Turcott, Lacry Ursu, Stuart Van Horn, Anna Wachnika, Zachary Welch, and Manuel Felipe Zamorano. So this all started a couple of years ago when Pahokee Marina bloomed. And I remember that I and Noah Valenstein at FDP were looking at each other like, what do we do? What do we do? And of course, the Water Management District, as we always do, stepped up and helped Pahokee. And that was a learning experience. And that whole summer, people from this team got together to test different ways to protect public health from these harmful algae blooms. So we spent that summer testing technologies, figuring things out, being reactive. And then this team came together after that bloom season was over and came up with ways to be proactive, not reactive. So they started the daily Lake Okeechobee email that kind of explains what's going on in Lake Okeechobee. They put together a surveillance system where we could have our staff, DEP staff, core staff, be at places, look for algae, and then use that information both for operations and response. If there is a threat to public health with these algae blooms, we now have a response program out of this team to go and take care of that algae in a very efficient and cost-effective way. We also have the communication systems in place to communicate with our operators. If we don't want to deliver algae, we can respond right away. This team continues to meet, they continue to improve, they continue to think of ways to collect information, to use information, to protect that public health. 99% of what we do in this agency is try to reduce nutrients so the blooms don't form, but there's still a public health issue going on right now. And this team came together with all their smarts and perseverance and get it done type enthusiasm to make sure that we have a robust response program at the Water Management District. Well-deserved 2022 Team of the Year. Come on up.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. All right.
It's not a proposal, it's just a wonderful pen. Express lane over here, express lane. Right.
All right. Now let's get to employees of the month. So our 2023 March Employee of the Month is Jill Margolis, Communications Supervisor, Office of Communications. So Jill is no stranger to most of us because most of us need to interact with her for one reason or another, because she really does a great job with communicating what we're doing at the Water Management District. Any placemat you see, brochure of all of our accomplishments, information sheet on conservation comes out of her shop. Every post we have on social media, which is a lot, we did 23,000 posts last year. That comes out of her shop. And if you don't follow us on social media, do it. And like us. Right, Jill? Right? We send out emails, all those emails that you get on water levels, on public meetings, on LACO, all those come out of her shop. We sent 400 of those emails last year to 12 million recipients. And of course, Jill is our point on all these incredible events that we have at the South Florida Water Management District. We did 35 under her leadership. And I'm telling you, for public agencies, we are setting the model. We have many other public agencies, including the governor's office, I'm just saying, calling us to get tips. And it's Jill. You know, Jill works with the program staff, she works with the field stations, she works with all these folks to put on top-notch events that we all recognize and very much appreciate. And those are a lot of work. In fact, we just last week had the EEA Reservoir event, and 6 days later had to post the South Florida Environmental Report, and her shop put the highlights together, right? And that looks really nice. That really highlights what the South Florida Water Management does and gets accomplished. So it's really no surprise to anybody that Jill is our March 2023 Employee of the Month. Congratulations, Jill.
Right. 3, 2, 1. More. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Now our March 2023 Team of the Month. And this is the Laboratory Information Management System Update Team, which consists of Harrison Alexander, Michael Breslin, Deanna Francisco, Kevin Olijnigzak, that's a tough one, Shamarina Parveen, Stephanie Pravada, Javier Gonzalez Saldana, Sharon Smith, and Ji Zhang. Now, the Laboratory Information Management System, which is LIMS, is a critical IT system that every laboratory has to have. And it is basically the backbone of the laboratory, which makes it tick. It tracks every sample when it comes in, it tracks hold times, it tracks processing, you can generate metrics for productivity, efficiency out of it, it tracks quality assurance. It's really what all these lab managers use to make sure samples are processed. And this LIMS system interacts with other data systems too. The data system where you collect field data, when you collect the sample, it goes into LIMS. And then LIMS exports out to our DB Hydro all the information. And I'm sure there are other information systems like the laboratory equipment that it has to work with as well. So when you take a system of this magnitude and you upgrade it to a new version, which makes it a lot more powerful, a lot more useful, that's a major endeavor. Every upgrade involves, running batches, troubleshooting, dealing with glitches, dealing with IT stuff that just doesn't cooperate. And that we've all been there, right? Not like this team has been there, but we've been there with our own little computers at home. But this team dealt with it day and night and on weekends to try to they started in November, and now we have this new system. And it took all this effort to get this new system in place to make our laboratory better, to make the water management district better. They had perseverance and really fortitude to make this thing happen. And I absolutely appreciate it. The district's better for it. The lab is better for it. It was a necessary thing. And they absolutely deserve March Employees Team of the Month. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. On. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, we now have a 25-year service award. That goes to Danielle Thurin, Scientist 4, Field Operations Center. So Danielle came to us in 1997 as a water quality a science technician in our Everglades Lakes and Canals unit in our water quality monitoring system. In 2000, and she's done a lot for us over the years. In 2000, in fact, she set up the ambient watershed monitoring, which really goes from Orlando down to the Keys, which is our ambient network that collects all this data for us that gets used not only by us, but by DEP to really implement our water quality goals, our watershed protection programs. Anthony Betts uses it a lot. You know, it is a very much a central part of what we do at the South Florida Water Management District. In 2003, she was promoted to an environmental scientist, and since then, she's been doing all kinds of water quality monitoring projects for us, 24 in total, including some real cornerstone ones, like the mercury monitoring fate and transport in the Everglades, including fish and how it accumulates in fish. And I can say, and not just this one, but many of her monitoring, that gets used in papers, right? Scientific papers that get published and peer-reviewed. And so a lot of scientists out there in the world depend on the monitoring that you put together. So I very much appreciate that. She put together the C44 stormwater treatment area monitoring that is now absolutely in use. And she's part of the Water Quality Bureau. And in that bureau, they do so many amazing things. And she's very much appreciated as part of that bureau. And I hear that she loves dressing up. So at holiday parties, you may find her dressed up as Santa. Am I right? Maybe as Freddie. Yeah, maybe. So I like Freddie better than Santa. So anyway, thank you so much for your 25 years of service.
In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's talk about a 30-year service award now. Our 30-year service award is to John Brown, Heavy Equipment Operator Lead in Clewiston Field Station. Now, John came to us in 1993, and when he first came to us, hey, John. He first came to us in our veg management program, and he was there for 5 years until he started driving Cool Things. We all played with Cool Things. Well, maybe all the boys played with Cool Things when we were young. He gets to actually play with them as an adult. Big time things. And he's good at it. So John is a lead because he can operate all of our heavy equipment. No matter what it is in the South Florida Water Management District, he can operate it. And more importantly, he can operate it with precision, right? That is canals, levees, whatever we're doing. If you can do that well, you're very valuable to the South Florida Water Management District, because these field station guys, they solve our problems, and they often solve them with this heavy equipment. And so it's very much appreciated. He also supports 5 pump stations out of the Clewiston Field area. That's where he works, in Clewiston Field Station. And he's the one that goes and buckles down during hurricanes, to make sure that we can pump those pumps when the rain falls. So we very much appreciate that. He was part of our STA 5-6 scrape down team, where we were leveling the cells in 5-6 in preparation for the Q-Bell. That team moved 1.4 million cubic yards. That's a lot of dump trucks. We maybe just moved it around. Which one was it? Oh, okay, got it. So John is a family man, and of course in Clewiston, he's very popular. We all very much appreciate him, and thank you so much for your 30 years of service.
How you feel now, Bruce?
All right. We have another 30-year service award, and that is for Dr. Fred Scalar, PhD, Section Administrator, Everglades Systems Assessment Director. Now, Dr. Scalar came to us in 1992 because he was good at wetlands. And he's been good at wetlands ever since. He's certainly the face of the Everglades science at the South Florida Water Management District, because he's, through the years, he's found himself to now be a supervisor to manage promoted to manage applied sciences in the Everglades in 2008, and remains in that role to date. Before he came to us, though, Fred has been recognized nationally on a number of occasions. He was even recognized nationally before he even came to us, because when he was doing his postdoc in Louisiana, it was on the Louisiana wetlands, which are very critical over there. But he in the 90s put together used a supercomputer to put together a model to understand wetland dynamics, how they accrete and recess, basically using hydrology, whether it's sea level rise, channelization, those types of things. He put together that model that basically set the foundation for how wetlands respond to water. And because he did that so well, we said, well, we got wetlands down here in South Florida, and we care about them very much. Come work for us. And he made the brilliant decision to do that 30 years ago. So he is, obviously we've seen him present. He was basically appointed to the Environmental Advisory Board of the Corps of Engineers in 2015 because of the recognition of what he brings when it comes to wetlands, particularly in the Everglades. He's presented all over the country. He's presented to the National Academy of Sciences. We all love to hear him speak, but he basically oversees 30 programs from Recover to SEP to the Decomp Physical Model. A lot of the things we do that deal with wetlands, including the LILA facility. He's good with acronyms too. LILA is Loxahatchee Impoundment Landscape Assessment, but that is basically our lab on how tree islands are formed and how water affects tree islands. It gets visited by people all over the country and probably the world as well. And so all the things that Fred does are fascinating. His team does them, they're fascinating. But you've heard him present. He's just a great presenter. You just love to hear him share his knowledge. And that is the 30 years that we've really enjoyed of Dr. Sklar. And so thank you so much, Fred, for your 30 years of service.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one. Oh.
All right, now we got some special recognitions we'd like to do. We've had Water Reuse Month, we've had Conservation Month, but March is Procurement Month. And if you worked in a government organization and you've needed to get things done, you know how important procurement is. And the 21 folks we have in our procurement shop work well with the rest of the group. They are absolutely committed to their jobs and get so much done for the South Florida Water Management District. There's 21 professionals that have teamed together to procure, this was last fiscal year, $819 million worth of contracts and purchase orders. That is 7,452 purchase orders, 167 new contracts, 15 new price agreements, 322 work orders, all in the last fiscal year. We've had 84 new solicitations for bids, quotes, and proposals, 244 new firms certified as small business enterprises, bringing us a total of 639. 502 vendors were registered to do business with the South Florida Water Management District, and they do this all very effectively and very efficiently for all the folks in South Florida. It is very much needed to have a procurement month, and I have a proclamation. And please, the staff of the procurement office, please come up for a picture with this proclamation. How are you? Yeah, you bet. All right. One more special recognition. So the engineers, a few engineers and scientists at the South Florida Water Management District volunteer every year to judge and evaluate the Palm Beach Regional Science and Engineering Fair. And, you know, we really enjoy doing that. It's great for the kids. I know I always got the white ribbon when I went to the science fair. I don't know which, I don't remember that. It wasn't the good one, I don't think. It wasn't, yeah. Okay, so anyway, maybe I shouldn't talk about that. But in this particular engineering and science fair, there was, we recognize, we're the South Florida Water Management District. We have a unique mission, but there were 5 students that had projects that were very much spoke to us. And so we, as the Water Management District, would like to give them a South Florida Water Management District Certificate of Excellence for these particular students because of what their projects said to us. And before I call out their names, I just want to say that good work on your projects. I know from here you'll go to college and get your science or engineering degree, but then you need to come back and work for the South Florida Water Management District because as you've heard this morning, we do really cool stuff and you will not regret that decision. So I'll see you in 4 or 5 years. All right, so these folks, very well deserved. Andrew Fedor from the Weiss School, Gabe McCarty from American Heritage School of Boca del Rey, Samara Rashid, also from American Heritage School of Boca del Rey, Isabella Lackner from FAU High School, and Aurora Baldwin from the Forest Hill Community High School. Please come up and get a picture and a certificate.
No, that's wow. Thank you. Congratulations.
In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Can we do one with the parents too? If our parents would join us up front for a photo as well. Mom and dad and friends. Oh yeah, yeah.
Right. In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Mr. Bartlett, thank you very much for that. That was, there is hope for the future, there's no doubt. We'll move on now to agenda revisions. And Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. I'm going to poll the board members now to see if you have any abstentions. And Mr. Bergeron, I'll start with you.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle?
None.
Thank you. Mr. Olipich?
None.
I have none. Vice Chair Wagner?
None.
Colonel Roman?
None.
And Mr. Butler?
I have none.
Mr. Martinez?
None.
Thank you. And Ms. Meads? We'll come back to you on that one, Ms. Meads. We'll go to the Big Cypress Basin Board report now. Colonel Roman?
Thank you,
Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on February 24th. We began our meeting with a tribute to former state representative and Big Cypress Basin founder, Mary Ellen Hawkins, who recently passed away. She leaves behind a tremendous legacy of stewardship and philanthropy. Next, Lisa Keeler provided the Basin Administrator's report. We are slated to make our final $1 million payment to Collier County. This will conclude a $20 million 20-year settlement agreement for the purchase of the roads for the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. She also updated the board on the progress being made with the basin's new watershed modeling tool, a 3-year collaboration which is nearly complete. Work on the tool accelerated after a 2019 cost share project with Audubon's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary to examine contributing factors for hydrologic changes in the watershed. The resulting modeling tool, once finished, will encompass the Imperial River watershed, all of the Corkscrew region, Waxahachie State Park, the Picayune Strand Restoration Park and project in all coastal areas. It will be a powerful tool that will prove useful not only to the sanctuary and the basin, but also a multitude of other public and private agencies alike. Dr. Robert Lucius, Executive Director of Crew Land and Water Trust, provided an overview of their program and ongoing partnership with the district. Tom DeVold provided a fleet life analysis of the fleet life cycle analysis of electric, hybrid, and gasoline vehicles. Overall, more information is needed to truly evaluate whether an electric vehicle is suitable for field station operations. The board supported staff's recommendation to add an electric vehicle to the fiscal year 2023-2024 basin budget. In doing so, the basin will serve as a testing ground for future district-wide consideration of EVs. The board approved funding for a partnership with the City of Naples for their Naples Bay Oyster Habitat Restoration Project. The project aims to improve water quality and shoreline resiliency by creating oyster reefs. The board also approved funding to Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary to aid in their efforts to remove invasive species and restore an additional 200 acres of wetland. We closed our meeting with technical and staff reports, and the next Basin Board meeting is April 28th at 11 a.m. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair, subject to the board's questions.
Well, thanks very much. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Chair Roman? Great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next, we'll move to the approval of the minutes from our February 9th meeting. We, I guess, received some minor revisions on page 4 of the draft minutes. Does anyone have any other changes they'd like to make?
Move to approve the minutes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olivich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes, Vice Chair.
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Meads, while I have you, do you have any abstentions?
No, sir.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a somewhat brief one today. What I'd like to do first is follow up on last month's meeting where we talked about the governors and how we will implement the governor's executive order. First of all, it was immediately after the board meeting, essentially the same day of the board meeting, after we talked about what we were going to do to try to execute his executive order. We sent a number of letters to the Corps of Engineers to achieve even more now. First of all, 2 letters went to Colonel Booth. One asking to advance the EAA Reservoir Pump Station under the district's contracts to bring it ahead of schedule. And then the second one is another letter to Colonel Booth asking to expedite the C-23, C-24 South Reservoir by bringing it to the district side of the cost share ledger and allowing us to proceed ahead of schedule there. Those 2 letters went out asking for amendment to the project partnership agreement, which we are diligently working on and probably should close out this month. We also sent letters both to Secretary Connor, General Hibner, and Colonel Booth, all with varying requests, but really focused on storage north of Lake Okeechobee. One is talking to Secretary Connor and Colonel Booth about getting started on the district effort to plan an above-ground reservoir north of Lake Okeechobee, which is called Component A of SERP. It's under the authorities of Section 203 of WRDA. For us to begin that planning process, we've been working diligently since those letters went out to sign agreements with the Corps to support us on those planning efforts. We also wanted to expedite the Engineering Research and Design Center's efforts on ASR technology. They have been asked by the Corps of Engineers to begin to study that technology to inform their leadership on ASR. So we've agreed to work with them. There's a workshop scheduled next week, I believe, to really share our science plan and go through all those details with ERDIC. All of this positioning, all these storage options with a goal of hitting WRDA 2024. And the Corps has been very responsive on all of these letters, and hopefully we'll be able to make some good progress here over the next year on more storage north and south of Lake Okeechobee, which could help us deal with the high lake levels that we're seeing today. Also, under the governor's executive order, he asked us to provide a board update every month on Corps efforts, Corps planning efforts, and Corps construction efforts. And so the first version of that was delivered to you this week, or last week actually, that has all the information. It is our first version. If you want anything done with that or want any additional information, please let us know, and we'll continue to evolve this product into something that will keep you and the public posted on SERP efforts that the Corps is implementing, because they've got a number of planning projects and a number of construction projects underway. LOSUM. Yesterday, the Corps scheduled a PDT meeting for next Wednesday. An announcement went out to schedule one for next Wednesday where they'll give some updates on their schedule for LOSUM. As you may recall, it was originally expected to be released in April. The Corps, I talked with the Colonel yesterday. They do have schedule changes. He wants to communicate those through the PDT, which is their communication plan, which he asked me to respect. So I will let the Corps of Engineers communicate those schedule updates with the public at that PDT meeting. So that's the governor's executive order. Let's talk about the C-43, the Caloosahatchee Reservoir construction project. I want to let you know that on February 27th, our procurement bureau sent a formal cure notice to C-43 Water Management Builders joint venture, the contractor responsible for the final construction of the Caloosahatchee C-43 reservoir. After many months of attempting to collaborate with the company, the district remains dissatisfied with their numerous delays. The cure notice serves to notify the contractor of its breach of the contract and provide it with an opportunity to cure within 30 days. We'll see how they respond on or before March 29th. On March 1st, last week, the South Florida Environmental Report was finalized. That is our treasure trove of information about our efforts, our goals, our monitoring, what we're seeing in the science, what we're seeing in the ecosystems. It is almost 3,000 pages, but don't worry, through our website, you can navigate to what you're interested in very easily and very quickly. But that's how much information is contained in that voluminous report. It's a monumental effort at the Water Management District. We're very proud of it, and we do this every single year. So that is out there and available to the public for their nighttime reading. This on the consent agenda is a wetland list. It is remaining project lands that contain wetlands. So last year, the legislature passed a law that said, as part of our March 1st report, could you let us know of all those parcels you're pursuing under your water management plans, which ones of those contain wetlands? So it's an information list. It's not a decision list. And as part of that law, we were also expected to send a letter to each of the parcel owners of that wetland list and give them an opportunity to get off the list for whatever reason that they want to get off the list. So that transaction happened. A number of folks replied. And so what you have in the consent agenda is that information list of the projects that we are pursuing that contain wetlands. If a landowner decided to get off the list, that doesn't change our project goals of acquiring whatever we need, whether it's fee simple or an easement for those lands to execute our mission. So it was due March 1st. We met with DEP and the other water management districts who also have to do this every year, to put this list together to figure that out after it went effective July 1st. And so this is the first iteration. We do this annually. Certainly, if there are things we can do to improve it, we'll certainly listen to the public and the board on how we could do that. But it is the list of wetlands that are on lands that we are pursuing to execute our mission. Okay, legislatively, session started on Tuesday. At this time, there's really not anything to report besides the incredible governor's budget request that he asked for South Florida's environment and the environment in general, which will really support our goals. But the legislature, it won't happen for another few weeks is when they put out their first budget ideas. And so we'll see how they respond to the governor's budget request. As far as bills go, there hasn't been any filed that directly affect us. But of course, we'll continue to monitor that and keep you posted on anything that may come out of the session. So that's about all I got for you today, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bartlett. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Any of those items? Great, thanks. We're going to move now to our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment for consent agenda item is item 13 on the agenda, and public comment for the one discussion agenda item we have will be heard later after the presentation. The public had an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting, and we did not receive any e-comments. It's your general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Newton Cook, followed by Mark Perry, and then Mike Nepper.
Good morning. Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers. I am here mostly today to invite everyone to the recreation meeting that's coming on Monday, March the 20th, right here in this room at 5 p.m. We have a really good program, and including Picayune Strand, I might add. And for those in Zoom land, these meetings are 3 times a year on a Monday at 5 o'clock so that people can attend. They're open type meetings, forums. We don't limit you to 3 minutes, but I have a soft gavel for public comments as we go through the discussions. And we're always happy to have Drew, and the governing board member occasionally will come. These things started a long time ago for good reason, because now they all come there instead of being lined up behind me today, talking about things that are going on in different rivers and creeks and across The district isn't fantastic about allowing public access for recreation, hiking, biking, camping, hunting, fishing, fantastic. Hope all can come. Now, change the hat. I was out at the groundbreaking the other day. Incredible event, because I stood right here 20 years ago battling for those two big reservoirs so we could restore the Central Everglades and get sheet flow through the Central Everglades. Crucial to the Everglades restoration, crucial to SERP, crucial to decomp Central Everglades. Whatever happened to decomp? We were going to knock down the levees and fill in the canals and have a giant marsh like the old historical Everglades. We still should do that to a certain degree. We need the tree islands. Tom, I beg Tom, do not retire. Please, God, do not retire. We need those tree islands. The EAA1, which is now A1FEB, and the EAA2 reservoirs have absolutely nothing to do with the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. Any help is incidental, purely incidental, because 20 some odd years ago, I stood right here and that was a presentation about what that water was going to go for and how it was going to be stored and what it was going to be used for. 167,000 acre feet of new water, I think that's what the core number is, will be available. We can't take but 4 inches off the lake. Water cannot go out of that lake, but it's 6,000 CFS today. It comes in at 30,000 Duane Armour, 18,000 in January of 2016. You can't let it out to get to the reservoir. The estuaries will not be helped by this reservoir except on an incidental basis, as stated 20 years ago, right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mark Perry is our next public commenter, followed by Mike Nepper, and then James Watt.
Thank you, Governing Board. Good morning. Mark Perry with Florida Oceanographic. We've had a kind of a tough year at the end of last year, of course, the end of September, that hurricane that came across dumped about 20, 30 inches of rain in the watershed and filled up the lake and went from 12.5 up to 16.5. So we started the year out and the Corps needed to lower the lake. And as you know, in the last 47 days since January 22nd, they've been discharging east and west to the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee, 500 CFS to the east and 2,000 CFS to the west. And these kind of constant releases have kind of affected the estuaries because it's not used to having that kind of much fresh water artificially put into the estuaries over the year. But recently too, the lake releases have shown that particularly through S308 and Port Mayaca, that there's harmful algal blooms. Blue-green algae blooms have been cited and sampled by the district and others to indicate that they're coming through there. So they've had to shut down a bit. So they've stopped and started in the last couple of days, and that's going to be a real concern. Red tide is already being exacerbated and is around to the Keys, Florida Keys. This happened in 2018. If you recall, it comes up actually along the East Coast. Got to be careful of that. We really need to start thinking about sending it south. We are sending some water south for water supply right now, but nothing through the STAs. The STAs and into the water conservation areas, which have about 1 foot of freeboard and below their schedule. So the STA 3A is available, but we're not getting it through the STAs, and the STAs are down. They're offline. Some of the cells, particularly 3, 4, and others are offline. And the STAs have been stressed and really over the years and have been kind of in this recovery mode. So we need to get after that. We put out a white paper this Tuesday on that particular issue of how we utilize STAs and with the basin runoff versus the lake water. You'll see reports today over 1 million acre feet have gone through since water year 22, 23 here, and from the basin runoff and only about 13,000 acre feet from the lake. The TMDL BMAPs, just to end up, has also been in question in the BMAP. There's reviews of both St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee, and Lake Okeechobee are underway. The St. Lucie was the other day, and we listened in to try to see how we're doing. The problem is they got to a point that says, well, we're going to extend another 5 years. So instead of 15 years in 2028 for St. Lucie, now it's going to be 2033. So we got to get on really treating that water in the watershed and really understanding. You all monitor it, you've got the data, and I encourage you to bring Stuart Van Horn and others back like I did 4 years ago when y'all took office to get that kind of understanding of these watersheds and where those loadings for phosphorus and nitrogen are coming into the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Plan. So I encourage you to do that and stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mike Nepper, followed by James Watt, and then Kara Cap.
I brought, excuse me, I brought you something today. Drew, if you could just take a look at it and pass it on, make sure they get them up there while I talk about them. These are red segmented aquatic worms. They're one of the smallest animals in our waters, but might be one of the most important. They get their red color because their blood is in their skin. They can actually absorb oxygen out of the water and it goes straight into their blood. Their skin acts like a lung. They are found in all of our waters, and in a healthy ecosystem, there can be up to 2,000 of these in every square meter of bottom. They improve water quality when they wiggle around on the bottom because they stir up beneficial bacteria that may otherwise remain trapped in the sediment. The way they multiply is fascinating. They can actually break into pieces, and every one of these tiny segments can grow back into a new worm. One worm can turn into 20 in a matter of a day. Aquatic worms do the same thing that terrestrial worms do. They eat decaying plant matter. In a pristine waterway, Mother Nature has the ability to give us as many of these worms as it takes to control every plant that can grow out of control. The problem is when you spray our waters with herbicides, it kills these animals. They actually die 2 different ways. The lucky worms die instantly when they come into contact with all the poisons. The unlucky ones have to suffocate when all the rotting plants sink to the bottom and rob all the oxygen out of the water. Their biggest contribution to our waters is that they are the foundation of the food chain. Everything eats these guys, like fish, turtles, frogs, newts, crayfish, and even waterfowl. But the most important animal is the catfish. These worms make up the large portion of the catfish's diet. Lake Okeechobee used to have a thriving commercial catfishing industry. When I was a teenager, I had a bunch of friends that lived in Indiantown, and every one of their dads had a commercial catfishing boat. These were basically 20-foot long John boats with 200 horsepower Evinrudes, so they were really fast and a lot of fun. They didn't have steering wheels, they had a tiller drive, and you had to hand pull this giant 6-cylinder motor. Everybody was a commercial catfisherman because it was so lucrative. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of these boats running around all night on the lake, catching thousands of pounds of catfish. Unfortunately, there isn't much of a commercial catfishing going on now. I have interviewed commercial cat fishermen, and they told me that they have to stop fishing for catfish years ago because they've become so skinny that there wasn't any meat on their bones. They are literally starving to death. I hope everyone got to see these incredible important animals because the next time you vote on a spray campaign, you will be killing millions of these critters. A few months ago, Ron, you told Drew that we need to look into these chemicals. Unfortunately, Ron, we don't have time for Drew to look into these. You need to stop spraying poisons immediately so that we can save what little bit of wildlife we have left.
Thank you, Mr. Nepper. Jim Watt is our next public commenter. And board members, he has a document that he would like for me to pass out.
I want to read my presentation at the FWC Commission meeting 2 weeks ago because y'all are listed as a contractor for invasive plant management, and you're throughout the fiscal records. I see your data in there. It goes like this. Good day, commissioners. As you know, my name is Jim Watt, and this is the 10th time I've talked before you on the ongoing aquatic plant issue. Going back 2 years ago, I made you aware of the fact that the lion's share of the dangerous chemicals used to kill aquatic plants by your agency were made in China by companies that were under control of the Chinese government. Syngenta/Chem China, United Phosphorus/Chem China are two I speak of. Last data made available by your own records, over 96% of the chemicals used were made and tested by 2 companies. I got this from your own NPDES reports. Here's the real kicker. We are spending much more money to buy these chemicals from the very folks that send us COVID-19, fentanyl, and spy balloons than the American competitors. Aquathol K, made by United Phosphorus Limited, costs $572.54 an acre to treat hydrilla. Bacillocor costs $95.75 an acre to treat. That's a whopping $476.79 an acre for the Chinese poison. Syngenta makes the second most popular aquatic pesticide, Tribune Daquat. Tribune Daquat is a gift from our friends as communist Chinese. We use Tribune 1,270% more often than the two American-made Daquats. Same ingredients, $10 to $12 a gallon more. Ask yourself, why would the guys at Invasive Plant Management sector choose over and over to use the more expensive chemicals from our greatest enemies? Could it be that because both companies are the far greatest donors to the Florida Aquatic Plant Management Society that Director Matt Phillips is now president of? They also pay for scholarships at UF IFAS Center for Aquatic Plants and Invasive Plants for budding young biologists. You know, the very people that we get our plant science from. You know, looking at the NPDES report, I see herbicide spraying has gone up 400% since 2021. I have numbers from your own records here and easy to understand spreadsheets. Going over 5 years of reports and doing the math on your pounds of active ingredients, I come up with 1,833,163 pounds treating 2,228,000. Okay, I'm done. Okay. I gave this to y'all as handout sheets and also the second half of my speech. Anybody here that can get this through to Governor DeSantis, it would be probably a smart move. I've already given it all over to Donald Trump, and there's more to this, a lot more.
Thank you. Our next public commenter is Kara Kapp.
Good morning. I'm Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. It's good to see everybody today. I first wanted to congratulate the district and of course the Corps on the recent EAA groundbreaking. It was a tremendous event. It was a huge celebration, and it was really mind-bending to me to be at the project site and see the magnitude of it, to be on the buses and drive for miles and miles past fallow farmland and know that that will all be valuable water storage by the end of the decade. It's going to change the Everglades forever, and we are very grateful for your leadership to help get here. In case we needed any tangible proof that this work is significant beyond just the people in this room, I'm sure many saw that the reservoir groundbreaking was the front page story on the Sunday Miami Herald immediately after the event. It was a 5-page spread highlighting restoration progress. So in terms of validation that this work matters, I'd say front page of the Sunday Miami Herald is almost as big as it gets in the South Florida media outlet. So again, congratulations to all who have worked so hard to make this happen. I know that the board acknowledged March as District Procurement Month, but it is also Women's History Month. And I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the tremendous service of Jackie Thurl-Lippisch, Cheryl Meads, and Colonel Roman. To my knowledge, this is the first time that 3 women have served on the governing board together, which is significant. I noted at the EAA Reservoir event that of all the speakers, 12 were men and 1 was a woman. I don't think that's actually representative of the people who've done so much work to get this project where it is today. And I just hope that we will continue to see more women leading agencies, leading restoration efforts. Your visible, strong leadership is significant from MPCA and from myself as a mother of 3 girls. I thank you for being a role model to young women. And finally, I'll hit on funding. Later today, we are expecting President Biden to release his 2024 budget request to Congress. There'll be a budget press conference later this afternoon. Of course, the president releases his budget request, and then it's Congress's job to either fund it or not fund it. And so our team at MPCA will be on the Hill later this month, meeting with all of our appropriators from Florida and other national leaders talking again about the importance and the success of this program, none of which would be possible without a strong local sponsor. So we are again hopeful that we will see another record-breaking funding request that will keep the reservoir moving, our other CERT priorities moving, and we'll just keep up that strong momentum. Thank you for all you do, and have a great rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Cap. Moving to our virtual attendees, and we have no raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you all very much for your comments. We'll go to board comment now, and start with Mr. Butler.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things on my list this morning. Drew, thank you for the updates that you gave us during your report. And just you talked about some stuff that's happening on Northern Storage. District's still moving forward on ASR wells, correct? Yeah, we're still moving forward, even though ERDIC is, we're trying to get ERDIC up to speed on what we've been doing, up to speed on our science plan. The state is still moving forward, again, helping that Northern Storage piece. And so hopefully we can get the Corps caught up to what we realize, and hopefully you can make that 24 deadline. So keep going, and Miss Jennifer Reynolds, you got, let's get them up to speed. Two other things I've got. One, took a tour of the Highlands County called and invited me on a tour of the Istopoga Marsh Watershed Improvement District, MWID, which is basically there's cropland south of Lake Istopoga. Much like we have the EAA, we've got a mini EAA south of Istopoga. And that is a special taxing district that has been in place since 1962. So there's some neat history there. That they have some water rights that predate most everybody. And but anyways, the MWID district, again, special taxing district, Highlands County oversees. They started back in 2009. Of course, that's the Indian Prairie watershed, one of the impaired watersheds north of Lake O. And they started a project through some grant funding. I think the district has helped out in helping to purchase some land for some reservoirs that have now been turned over to Highlands County. But they have just got their first phase one. It's taken them many years, but they finally got the first phase one reservoir up and going here last year. And they've been putting some water in it, and they've had some, they've been learning as they go, but they're about to start on their phase two project. Together, those two phases will be about 700 acres of storage. And design goal is to remove about 30% of the phosphorus loads coming out of that basin. So I appreciate Sam Erickson and Don Ritter, too, with Highlands County Natural Resources that led the tour. And it's kind of neat to see what's being done in our backyard. And again, this is something, a special taxing district where the residents there in that area are footing the bill to help keep this thing moving forward. The other point I want to bring up, thoughts and prayers, Joe Collins. Maybe you know Joe Collins, former board chairman. Joe suffered a major heart attack. Now it's been about, a month ago. He's still in critical care, and he's alert, and there have been a few text messages that are the old Joe. But Joe really needs your thoughts and prayers. Joe also serves as the senior VP for Likes Brothers, but as a former board chairman from the district, many staff know him, and he's going to make a recovery, but it's going to be slow progress. But kind of one of the things people have asked what you can do for Joe. Send him a funny video, text him a funny video. And he'll get to it, he'll look at it, but probably won't respond. But just something to kind of lighten his day and keep him engaged. Joe will be there, he'll be back, but just wanted to be thinking about Joe. So. And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of items this morning. last week, I was invited to visit Lake Okeechobee with Hendry Commissioner Raymond Iglesias. And Libby Pigman joined me on that visit. And Scott Martin was also a part of that visit to the lake. And on my other visits to Lake Okeechobee, I really have never experienced the Clewiston Lock. So this was a different part of the lake that I was able to go out on and have some very constructive dialogue with both Scott and the commissioner. And while we were out on the lake, we were talking about all of the issues which often happens on a trip like that. I challenged us to brainstorm a bit and come up with, if you could do anything, what would you do, kind of thing, and approach it that way. Because everyone talks about the health of the lake, but you know, we're at least a decade away from all the projects coming online, and the lake is under stress as it is. So we were kicking ideas around and just if the sky's the limit kind of thing. And we started, you know, thinking, well, could we cordon off a part of the lake, you know, portable wall? I'm thinking that the Corps of Engineers has got something in some warehouse somewhere. But, you know, cordon off a part of the lake where we could set it aside to do some testing with some submerged aquatic vegetation, or maybe even explore the benefits of an artificial reef. I mean, on the West Coast, Florida Gulf Coast University Water School just deployed a research barge, and they're putting in all these monitoring all this monitoring equipment for red tide and an artificial reef. I don't know the answer, of course, we didn't know the answer, but we were just kicking all these things around to see, could we use maybe Coot Bay as that separate section of the lake to actually explore a project, a pilot project, a short-term project to help the health of the lake and to do some experimentation. So I reached out, as I promised on that trip. I promised that I would reach out to the Corps, and I did do that. I reached out to the Corps of Engineers and asked them if they had anything in a warehouse somewhere that was lightweight and could put a wall around a section of the lake, or what they might have, but just to let them know that this was out there. And I also reached out to James Erskine at the FWC, and of course Lawrence Glenn, who is our science lead, because this would have to be science driven. But the idea is not to have this take 10 years. You know, it's something to do now or in a relatively short period of time to maybe look at what options might be out there, and you know, who would own it, of course, and what could we do as a pilot project. So I wanted to share that with you because that conversation happened, and I reached out to the other agencies that have a part of this, and certainly FWC does for sure, and was encouraging because nobody hung up on me. Okay, so that was very, very encouraging. And in fact, James Erskine had shared that his team had been looking at something similar. So that's where we are on that, and I wanted to share that with you. In addition, I wanted to thank the gentleman who spoke for those beautiful worms. They were scarlet red, and they were just incredibly beautiful creatures, and I appreciate you bringing those in and sharing those with us. The couple of other items that I have is to our team that put this together, this environmental report. I have copies of each environmental summary report since we've been on the governing board together, and talk about continuous improvement and making a statement. If you lay all the reports together side by side, this is just off the charts awesome, okay? I mean, this is just great. People today will read this and they'll respond to this because of its easy nature and its accessibility. So hats off to all of you for communicating with our public so well. And I really appreciated sharing in the groundbreaking with the Corps of Engineers and our South Florida Water Management team with the groundbreaking for the EAA reservoir. It was a tremendous event. It was hot. We were out in the middle of the land out there, right? And it was just a really, really great day. And it was a whole day. So thank you for all of the folks who made that very special for everyone who is involved, particularly the governing board. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Great, thanks. Vice Chair?
Just very, very briefly, I wanted to echo thanks to everybody for putting together that wonderful day out at EAA for the groundbreaking. I thought it was not only great for all of us, but everybody else who was there. There was quite a large crowd, and that was a logistical feat to do what you all did, where you did it. The coordination of transporting everybody out there, how it was set up, how it all went down. I thought was really professional and really well done, and was definitely not an easy task for you all. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you. I thought it went great. I thought it gave everybody not only a good feeling about what we were doing, but to just go there and feel that scope of how big that reservoir is, how much work is being done. Get out there, you see these things on PowerPoint presentations, and you just do not have the experience that you do when you actually get out there and you see the size and scope of it. So you guys did a great job. We were obviously in the middle of nowhere. It's like, are there places that have no cell signal? Yep, there are. They're and they're not so far from you. So we were out there. I remember getting back into range and the phone just kind of lighting up. So, but thanks for everything you guys have done, and I thought it was a really great event.
Mr. Olepich?
Hello, everybody. It's great to see everybody. I have just a few things. First of all, thank you to the commenters today, to everyone. And with some of these things, I do hope we come back around, like with the spraying. That is something that we've made an obligation about. So maybe if during executive director reports, even every meeting, just a sentence or so saying where we are on that, because I feel like we've made progress, but then when I hear certain things, it makes me doubt that, and I never want to doubt that. So thank you, everybody who came and spoke publicly. Right after our last governing board meeting, I got together with Jennifer Leeds, Patrick Murphy, and Leslie Waugh, and we went on a field trip to the C23, C24 stormwater treatment area under construction in St. Lucie County. And it was funny because you know how Jennifer is. She's really soft-spoken, and she would go, "Have you seen the reservoir up there?" I'm like, she said it a couple times, and I thought, I need to go. So when we got up there, the amount of work that is being done up there is unbelievable. I mean, it must be a picture of what we would hope a construction site would be like, with the just wonderful people, wonderful tour, a lot of construction being done. Everything looked neat. There was no trash on the ground. You could see the pride of ownership. I know it should make a difference, but to me now, I really appreciate the young people. There were so many younger working men and women out there on the ground, district and mostly Army Corps. And it's an exciting thing for the St. Lucie River, and it is coming along very quickly. So that was a wonderful experience. And I am in my 10th month of wearing purple to the South Florida Water Management District meetings. And I'm getting mostly old clothes that I have that I am using again, because I had no idea I had so much purple in my closet, but I do. And it is because I had the honor of being given the reuse water jacket by Mr. Ron Bergeron earlier last year. And so I try to read about it every month and learn something every month. And there was this comment that I read on a website for City of Stuart, believe it or not, and I just really like it. And I thought it was something that we could all think about today, and also with messaging in the future. Because sometimes when I go on trips, I get confused. You know, what's the difference between reuse water and reclaimed water? And I think it actually does have a difference for funding, like whether we fund projects or not. I'm still not totally clear on it. Stacey Adams had talked to me about it, but it's complex. So listen to how it's described here. What is reclaimed water? Water, like used motor oil, newspaper, plastic, and aluminum cans, can be recycled. It's just kind of cool. Recycled water. That might also be a way to describe it or use it, because we already talk about recycling. I think my nieces are very keyed in on recycling. And many of us have gone through our communities, we see the purple pipes, but sometimes it's hard to understand what is reclaimed water, what is reused water. But the word recycled, I think, also applies. So I thought that that would be my message today for the purple jacket. I also have on a purple necklace and purple earrings and purple toenail polish. The St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon has been in a bit of a quandary lately, but I want to thank the Army Corps of Engineers for being conservative and cautious with putting algae through that gate. Thank you for being conservative and cautious. And it means a lot to anyone who is associated with waters, not just in the St. Lucie River area, but in our entire 16 county area. I wanted to take this opportunity to carefully word my request. And so I've written it down. And my request is that I ask that information that observes and reports on conditions of algae blooms in the St. Lucie Canal or Lake Okeechobee, particularly in the area of S308, be made public. I ask that that information be made public. We've come a long way, and Governor DeSantis has made transparency, front and center for everything. And the public just being able to know would be, I think it would help everything. The second thing I would like to request is that the Army Corps of Engineers would be able to put up a camera out into the lake by S308 that would also be public, that would just show the water. They already have a camera that shows the gates, but would it be possible to just show the water? I heard a lot of talk about drones. I don't think that's as easy as we think. And also, it's really, the Army Corps has got a lot of work to do, and it is not their job to be spending people's people power out there all the time. So if you had a camera out there, it might just help. You could wake up in the morning, you could say to yourself, the water's green today. Or you could say, the water looks pretty clear. And I know that some will say that the algae's in there, whether the water is clear or not clear. I like to know how the water looks. That's why I have my husband and his friends fly over in airplanes any chance they get. It helps to have a visual. And so if we can provide that, that would be very helpful. I think those two things would help the situation that we found ourselves in lately. Next subject, the EAA Reservoir was an incredible event for me. In fact, it was the highlight of my entire time here on the board. I almost get choked up seeing Joe Negron, who was the political architect of that thing that took so much time and just emotion and intelligence to get through. I am just so grateful. And Mr. Cook, I'm a big fan of yours, but I am praying to God that the comments that you made earlier are not completely correct. Because if they are, I have been living in a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. So I want it to be true in some capacity that the EAA reservoir is built to help the water situation in the estuaries. And I hope someone will comment on that later today, because Mr. Cook, we respect you and we adore you. And when you say something like that, it can kind of take the whole house down, you know. So I hope that that's not true. The last thing is, how exciting to be on the board when two out of the years since 1940, God's creatures, the wading birds, have had their best years during our time on the board. 2018, I guess we got reported in 2019, but we should give people credit for the year before. And also this year. And when everything else is hard, and you can look up and see a bird fly over your head in the morning, a wood stork or any type of wading bird. What's the pink bird? Right, thank you, like your jacket, the rose. I was going to say a flamingo, wrong, but they I think were once native here too. But where I live in Souls Point, on a good day, I can look up and see the birds fly over from Bird Island. And it makes me say to myself, we are doing good things. We are on the right path. And how wonderful to be a part of making God's creatures and God's land and all of our land for all of our children better. And I thank everybody for doing that.
Mr. Sale.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we all agree, participating in the EAA reservoir groundbreaking was pretty special. And what I thought was most special is the variety of stakeholders who were there, who have worked for multiple decades on this: federal, state, environmental groups, agriculture, just so many people working towards a common goal. And that was pretty awesome to see. Mr. Watt, I hope, thank you for your comments. I would hope that the district, all things being equal in terms of efficacy, in terms of cost, in terms of health, or other important factors, all things being equal, I would hope we have a policy to buy domestically versus internationally. And if we don't, I'd love to learn more about it. A couple important local issues. Obviously, a lot of people in Palm Beach County and elsewhere have worked hard to get the Lake Worth Lagoon considered an estuary, and as such, like the Caloosahatchee, like the St. Lucie, we too are receiving lake water. I think the ratio, John, correct me if I'm wrong, is about a 1-to-5 versus, or compared to St. Lucie. I should not say versus, compared to.
They should be considered one unit.
Yep. Yeah, or similar in terms of, and that would be my point, which would be impact needs to be assessed similarly in the lagoon as it is in the other estuaries. And for many different reasons, it's not. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to work with Palm Beach County on to continue to take a lead using their resources, our resources in partnership to understand the impact. So obviously we talk about shared adversity, but there are conditional differences between each of these estuaries. And the Lake Worth Lagoon's deficit is that we have outflow that is 8 miles from either one of our inlets. So we dump right in the middle, equidistant and far from either of the inlets. So we are stuck with a lot of muck. And what I've been talking to the district and others about is, since It seems to me like there is a direct correlation between when we started lake releases to the lagoon and the excessive turbidity in the lagoon. Prior to that, for almost the past 6 months, lagoon water has been crystal clear. I've never seen it like that before. And so I don't want to imply, because we don't have the information yet, and there is also a lot of dredging going on in Palm Beach Inlet, which might be affecting things, but we just don't have the data like we do in the other water bodies to say this is when we released and this is when turbidity started, and pinpointing cause and effect. And so that's something that, having the data, having the frequency of data, and just treating the lagoon like an estuary, like the other two estuaries, is important, and something that I'd like to work more on and work with local partners on. I also want to note on that, Drew and I talked, and I think district's process, because district is the one that controls releases of lake water to the lagoon. District's process will be when there is a cessation based on algae at one or both of the other inlets outflows, that it would, Lake Worth Lagoon would also be treated similarly. So that is a matter of just coordinating and transparency with the Corps to understand what their operating procedures are. And then second component, this is the time of year, March, when we, almost like clockwork, get to that sort of MFL zone for the Loxahatchee. And so if you look at the data, we're sort of hovering like we have done over the past 2-3 years. The ironic thing is we have so much water that we want to get rid of. We need to, and then we have a water body like this that needs water. So we need to take care of this wild and scenic river. We are working with City of West Palm to help deliver more water to Grassy Waters Preserve so that we can either bank it or use it now. They and we can either bank it and use it now, or use it when conditions are even worse. So I appreciate district staff's help on that, and partnership with the city. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say what a great honor to sit with this board. The expertise in different areas, everybody complements each other, and it's just a wonderful honor for all of us to be involved in making a difference for 9 million people here in South Florida. And I want to thank our staff. I'm just overwhelmed with the expertise that's in this agency. And I don't know whether we're one of the largest, if the largest water district in the world. It's one of the two, but it's amazing. And without all this expertise and dedication from all these people, I was just blown away today with all the people we honor and that work for this agency. It's incredible, actually. And the responsibility of, water supply, whether it's agriculture or residential or commercial or industrial, or compatible water for the Everglades and our environment and our quality of life. What an undertaking. And we're so blessed to have such expertise surrounding us. And as a businessman, I employ a lot of people, and I recognize how qualified all of our staff is. So I want to thank them. It was a great honor at the EAA Reservoir. Many people say the jewel, waiting a long time. Tremendous benefit to store water for water supply or for agriculture and release water compatible with the environment and the plant communities. You know, under the saving clause, starting Everglades restoration, the water is shared. The important thing is when we talk about Everglades restoration, it's not just to save the environment, that's one component, but it's actually to save ourselves. Truly important that future generations have a quality life, because the Everglades obviously replenishes the aquifer, which is our drinking water, the most important resource on the planet. So it's important as we continue to go forward with one of the largest, if not the largest, environmental restoration in the history of the world. What an undertaking, what an honor for all of us and our staff to be a part of that. And a lot of this couldn't happen without the leadership of our governor and the legislators giving us the opportunity. And the important thing with the funding we've been getting is that every project we do, we need to make sure it's true restoration and make sure that we prioritize it, projects to stop the most irreversible damage first over a long time frame to finish Everglades restoration. I want to thank Scott Wagner. I thought your presentation was very well put, and so thank you for that. And then Jackie, I want to thank you for introducing me to Jeff Corwin. I'm sure all of you heard of Jeff Corwin. He's been all over the world, I think over 120 countries, you know, from Disney World to Animal Planet to all about conservation, wildlife. So there's a lot of attention on Florida, and Jeff wants to make his legacy. He loves Florida, and I'm so honored that we're working together to put a series together that really shows the importance of what we're doing. And more people understand that it will directly affect them. Like Marjorie Stoneman Douglas says, the Everglades is a test. And if we pass the test, we can save our planet and save ourselves. So to have that balance with development, economical, jobs in the right areas, and preservation in the important areas that support the infrastructure to have jobs and economical growth and the American dream and affordable house for future generations. You know, this is quite a balance. It's in that we're all involved in. Also, the Bird Run Foundation has done a documentary with Channel 10, Christy Kruger, Ron Miguel. There's a lot of focus, and you're going to see this. It's a 30-minute documentary of Wild Florida and the wildlife corridor. So my foundation is very honored to be a part of that. So apologize for being so long-winded, but it's a mighty big subject. And but I think that's all. Long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, we'll come back to you. Ms. Meads?
Hi, thanks, Chairman. I really like that beard, by the way. I wanted to start with that. I think it's excellent. I wanted to talk about the EA reservoir, and in particular, I wanted to thank Pete Fontel Jr. for having a conversation with me. I enjoyed meeting him, and I appreciate the things that he said. I agree I started my life on a farm. I believe that farmers are care about the environment, care about the land. I know that so do ranchers. We all do. I'm glad that we're moving together in the same direction. Change is very difficult. It's like driving, pedaling a bicycle up a hill. It's really hard until you get to the top. And then and I see us now over the top and really coming down the other side. So many great things are happening. I listened once to all of Martin Luther King's sermons because the only thing I'd ever heard was "I Have a Dream." And I decided to sit and listen to them all. And there was one that made a huge impact on me. He said, if you're headed to a large city or you're headed to a location and you've missed your turn, that you don't have in many cases, your only option is to turn around, back up, and take the right turn, take the right exit. And we're all on the right exit now. And so much happiness, so much joy. We're going to look back on this in 10 years. I'm already so pleased to be a part of it. I can't even describe to you my joy in this. So thank you so much. Finally, I won't be saying a lot today to get real personal. I'm going to cry. I'm home today because I had to be life flighted to a trauma center last week. And I have a traumatic brain injury. I'm getting better. I want to thank staff because I was planning on coming and they encouraged me not to come. They were right. I am going to, if I'm slow to answer, I'm here. I will, if I drop off, it's because you can experience sensory overload, hypersensitivity to computers and noises and things. So if it's too much, I might go away for 30 minutes and come back. My husband and I were in a state park and we had a bike crash. And so all I want to tell you is no matter how long you've been riding bikes, no matter who you are, no matter how slow you go or fast you go, wear a helmet. All right. Thanks, Chairman.
Ms. Meads, I know I speak for the rest of the board and all the staff and wishing you a very quick recovery. And I'm glad you're home and did not come today. And I hope you feel better and recover quickly with no adverse effects. Mr. Martinez, if you're there and you'd like to comment, you may. If not, I'll wrap up, and I'll wrap up by saying 4 years ago this month, we were all sworn in. So it's been 4 really fun years. It's been 4 great years. You look back and what we've done, and I think last month seeing the EAA groundbreaking is really the highlight. I'm very sorry I missed it. I know Scott did a great job in representing the district, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the Corps moving forward on it. It's nice to see it finally going somewhere. Mr. Butler, thanks for your remarks about Mr. Collins. I did not know that, and I wish him a speedy recovery. He has been incredibly helpful to me in educating me about a lot of stuff I don't know, and he's been awesome. So, Joe, I wish you well, and I hope you recover quickly. I'd like to thank the Seminole Tribe of Florida, particularly Chairman Osceola. We had a really productive meeting with him last month with Drew and John and some others, and are making good progress with them on some issues we're working through together. I'd also like to thank the Lehigh Acres Municipal Service District. They've got something called the Crest 2 groundbreaking, which is a small project just west of the C-43 reservoir, and it's a water treatment type project, wetlands projects, and it's those little projects, we don't think a lot about them, but they're all incrementally, every single one adds to what we're doing and helps a little bit. So I was very happy to be there with them celebrating that, and I wish them luck with that, and I hope that project performs really well. I'd like to thank, or actually congratulate Holly Smith and Richard Johnson, who are the mayor and vice mayor of Sanibel. Both had an election on Tuesday and both were reelected. So they've been great to work with from the water management standpoint. They've both been very involved, and I look forward to working with them over the next couple of years as well. LOSUM is, I'd like to see it done. Honestly, I wish the Corps luck. I know they're working hard. I think the Corps wants to see it done too. What strikes me as interesting about LORS 08 is you look, and I've said this before, you look at where we are today, the lake's at what, 15.25 feet. The East Coast doesn't really want any water. I hear Jay say he doesn't really want any water. The West Coast will take some water. We're trying to pump some water south. I mean, we're trying to, the lake is clearly too high here. Mr. Cook, loud and clear. The lake is too high. And then I look at every morning and I say, okay, where is the lake? And it's in the operational low subband. How on earth can the lake be in the operational low subband at 15.25 feet in March? I mean, that just makes no sense to me. So when I look at LORS, it makes no sense to me anyway. So that the faster we get to LOSUM, the better. And I think, the C-43, Drew, thank you for reporting on that. As I said last month and reiterate this month, I'm disappointed in the progress we've made over the last 4 years, because at this meeting 4 years ago, we entered into that contract. And I'd hoped we'd be much further along by now. I think we all had, and I hope things continue to go well. I hope things go better. I'll put it that way, and we'll see what happens with the cure notice. Ms. Bergeron?
Can I say one
You may.
quickly, though? You know, I want to compliment the district for the access. I do a lot of biking out on the levees, and it's really such a wonderful thing to see all these people get the bird watchers, the hikers, the bikers, photographers. And this weekend, I got so many compliments for that access, for people to enjoy, you know, our state lands and be able to fall in love with the Everglades. And that was a great step forward, allowing access, sustainable access and enjoyment to just thousands of people. And I just want the board to know, and our staff, that there were so many compliments that I get for this agency for allowing sustainable access.
No, thanks for that, Mr. Bergeron. It is the public's land, so
Yes.
it's nice to let them use it. If there's no further comment from the board, we'll go on to the consent agenda. Or not. Yes.
Chair, I hope you won't mind, but just because I don't know, I am, you know, sometimes I feel like I look very St. Lucie River centralized. And of course, I mean, that's my home. That's where I grew up. But I try to understand everything, everywhere. I try to understand north of the lake. I do. I pay attention. I go on trips south of the lake. But I don't totally understand the Caloosahatchee. So we're so inundated with pictures of the red tide. Can you just talk about, and Sanibel, you know, keeps coming up. I know you've been through a horrible situation with the Hurricane Ian, but can you just, are you comfortable talking about it at all?
Sure. I mean, I am not an expert. We have lots of experts working for us. But I will tell you what my thoughts are on it is that right now the releases that we're getting are beneficial. We need them. It's the dry season, and the upper Caloosahatchee likes to have that fresh water. We certainly do have a red tide. After hurricanes, we seem to get red tides. I think it's, you know, it's a catastrophe. It's a God-made catastrophe, and there's not, you know, we're going to deal with it as best as we can. I don't think that we're adding to the red tide from what, you know, the 2,000 CFS we're putting out. I don't know that, but I don't know it not to be true. It just doesn't strike me that it would. And the red tide is going, it's Tampa down to Collier, and then I heard even in the Keys. So it's a big red tide, and we saw that, I think, after Irma, and I think we'll see that after the next big hurricane. There's just a ton of runoff that comes off the land after a hurricane, and that's until we I don't know that we'll ever be able to figure that out after the God-made catastrophe. I think what we need to do, my personal view is what we need to do is not shoot ourselves in the foot when we don't have to, and by having huge discharges when we don't have to, and we're not. So I think the Corps is being prudent and trying to get ahead of it so that we don't have to do the summer if we do get a lot of rain. And that goes back to my comment about why we're in the low sub band at 15.25 feet, which just aggravates me. But anyway, that answer your question?
It does, and I really appreciate it. And I just want you to know that we are all thinking and praying for Southwest Florida. We really are. I am.
Well, thank you. We're recovering slowly, but we are.
Can I ask one question very
Sure.
quick, maybe to our staff? It's my understanding that the red tide is kind of a natural phenomena. It's been going on for centuries. I think the wind direction a lot affects when the red tide is pushed into shallow areas and on the shorelines. You have bigger impacts with the red tide. I'm not sure we can change a natural phenomena, but I think what we do control is at some point in time is the quality of water and the algae blooms that connect with the red tide, which is very damaging. But am I correct that the red tide is something that's more of a natural phenomena?
Yep. Mr. Bergeron's bringing his FWC experience, but yeah, it does occur naturally. But the question is, does runoff exacerbate the condition when it blows to shore, right? And so after a hurricane, that might be what you're seeing, and what the chairman was talking about is, does it help fuel it to continue? And of course, when we look at releases from Lake Okeechobee and when the Corps looks at releases from Lake Okeechobee, that's something we're monitoring to see if it appears to be exacerbating it. At the moment, it doesn't appear to be, but it's something we look at every day.
Well, and I know that quantity of water greater than natural affects the estuaries, like lack of water in Florida Bay, salinity levels come up and kill seagrass, and quantity of water will do the same, greater than natural. So it's quality, timing, and distribution as we continue Everglades restoration to get it right.
Thanks. Okay, if there's no more discussion on that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Is there any board member want to move any item to the consent agenda for discussion?
I'll move it.
Not that one yet.
No.
Is there anything you want to move to the consent agenda? Okay, no. So is there any public comment?
There is, Mr. Chairman. Mark Perry.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I had a comment on item 17, but Drew Bartlett had kind of described that earlier and reached out to me about that too before. So he answered all the questions I needed. It was just a concern whenever you see a critical wetlands list and delisting of certain things, you get real concerned. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Going to the virtual participants, we have Jose Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. I'm just here on item number 16 for FTG County Line. In case there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I just wanted to make sure that you knew I was here in support of that, and if any questions you need answered, I'm happy to stay on. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Chairman, I have no more raised hands.
Thanks. Mr. Bergeron, you want to make a motion?
I'll
Second.
make the motion.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle.
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Mormon?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously. We will now go to item 19, which is the water conditions report. Mr. Mitnick.
All right. Morning, governing board members. Real quick, I'm going to run through the water conditions report. Looking back at the rainfall over the last couple of months, you'll notice that 4 out of the last 5 months here have been an actual deficit of overall rainfall. And so far for the month of March, haven't gotten any rain in the last, 9 days. This month so far, so we'll see what the future brings. Just looking back at February, the least amount of rainfall was over here along the southwest coast. And overall for the dry season itself, you can see this swath of red going from the central portions of the district over to the southwest coast. The largest deficit since the beginning of the dry season back here in the end of September, being right over top of Water Conservation Area 3A, where they've only gotten about 48% of the rain that you would expect. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this slide because I want to introduce you to this new slide. So what you're looking at here on the left-hand side, you'll recall that last month I said our meteorologists and folks in the control room were coming up with new ways to visualize our data. This is one of those new products that they've come up with. So over here on the left-hand side, what this represents is the number of how long it has been in days, weeks, months, or years since a particular area of the water management district has had at least 1/100th of an inch of rain. So all of the purple up here you can see is 1, 2, 3 days because Upper Kissimmee got some rain within the last couple days. But if you jump over to the graphic on the right-hand side of the slide, representing the areas that got at least 1/2 inch of rain in a given day, you'll notice these darker yellows, mustardish colors that go right through down the Caloosahatchee over Water Conservation Area 3A and down in Everglades National Park. That's 3 months it has been since any of those areas received at least 1/2 inch of rain. So that's a long-winded way of saying it's been very dry. So these products are out on our website for all to enjoy, and as they develop more, I'll bring more to you. So looking how the lakes in the Upper Kissimmee chain have fared, you can see East Lake and West Lake Toho are continuing their recessions down to their summer pool down here by June 1st. Similar story with Lake Kissimmee. Right now, we've been moving water out of Lake Kissimmee down the Kissimmee River for the health of the river, and we've been reducing those flows since the last time we met and talked about system conditions. Lake Istapoga has just been following along its regulation schedule. You can see a small tick down there with the drier level as it starts to depart from the top of its regulation schedule. You'll see it start coming down over the next couple of weeks as its schedule comes down and the dryness continues. Looking at Lake Okeechobee and the projections, again, this projection is still based on LORS 2008 and the chairman's affinity for LORS 2008. So he is correct. We are still right there at the top of the low subband. At this morning, I believe the stage was 15.26 or 27, if I remember it correctly. But you can see this purple shaded region as we go out in time. That's the likelihood of 50% chance of being within this band if LORS 08 operations are followed. How that compares to the ecological envelope, you can see here the ecological envelope here in green. For the most part, all of the traces or projections following LORS of 08 stay up higher than the ecological envelope as we move forward in time. As there's already been some conversation so far during the meeting, it's something that we look at every day, every week, and how the lake is operated and have constant communications with our partners at the Corps on how the lake is being managed so as to try to return stages at least down into this ecological envelope as relatively quickly as possible without causing significant harm or damage in other portions of the system. Looking at the southern portion of the system, starting up here in the upper right for Conservation Area 1, you can see it's just following its regulation schedule down. There was that brief rain event a couple weeks ago that popped levels up. The Corps changed some operations and moved some water from Area 1 down to Area 2 via the S10s. But now that it has returned to schedule and is just following sort of a natural recession, the S10s are now closed and they're no longer moving that water from Area 1 into Area 2. Similar story down here in Area 2, little rain event there a couple weeks ago, popped up levels, but they've since resumed their recession. Right now, we are currently moving about 200 cubic feet per second around this little corner right in here, taking water out of Area 2, trying to run it across the bottom through the L5 canal and push it over, not only through a structure that sits right there for the northeast portion of Water Conservation Area 3, but also trying to get some water as best we can over to the northwest corner of Area 3A. That water also is in competition with providing water supply to the Seminole tribe over here, as well as maintaining the STA vegetation in STA 5-6 and keeping those levels at target levels. So there's a little bit of a competition for water down here at the very bottom along the L5 canal, but we're trying as best we can to manage it and meet all needs. For Area 3, you can see that has continued throughout its dry season receding. The Tamiami Trail flow formula is calling for about 860 cubic feet per second to move through and underneath Tamiami Trail. That's being accomplished by one, moving water out of Area. You good, Rosie? Sorry, it reverted back over to you for a second. Moving water out of Area 3A into the L29 through the 333 structures, and then also moving water through S12C and S12D down into Northeast Shark River Slough. So it's that combined effort to achieve this 860 roughly cubic feet per second. Going a little bit farther down the system, it's covered up by this text box, but down the South Dade conveyance system, we recently made some adjustments there so as to prolong the operation of the 332D pump station and be able to provide supplemental water to Taylor Slough and keep that system hydrated as well. So we've made some operational changes along the South Dade conveyance system to promote some of that water a little bit farther south down in the system and try to get it over towards the headwaters of Taylor Slough through the detention area. Real quickly, numbers wise, Lake Okeechobee, everybody's familiar with how much inflows it has had as a result of the hurricanes, but I'll call your attention to just in the last month, there has only been just about 80,000 acre feet total in the last month that have come into the lake. So inflows to Lake Okeechobee have significantly decreased from what they once were. Over on the Caloosahatchee side, in total, Caloosahatchee estuary has received about 1.3 million acre feet, and right around 300,000 acre feet of that had originated in Lake Okeechobee from those Lake Okeechobee releases. On the St. Lucie side, on the C44 canal and C44 basin, there's been about 70,000 acre feet moved towards the St. Lucie estuary, with about 26,000 acre feet of that originating in Lake Okeechobee. And of course, in addition to this 70,000 acre feet, you add in the 188, almost 200,000 acre feet that has come from the C23, 24 basins towards the St. Lucie estuary, and then up farther to the north from the C25 canal to the Indian River Gloon at 115,000 acre feet. In the southern portions of the system, overall, there's been about 1.3 million acre feet in total this water year, primarily again as a result of the excessive rainfall during the two tropical events that came through that has moved water into the water conservation areas and down into Everglades National Park, inclusive of this return seepage over here on the eastern boundary. About 1.4 million acre feet has been moved into the park. Coming off the lower East Coast, that number is always the highest number, and we're looking at about 2.2 million acre feet of runoff has come off the lower East Coast going towards the Intercoastal Waterway and the Atlantic Ocean. Looking at the stormwater treatment areas, so far as, we've talked before about how it's still in a La Nina type year for the third year in a row. And there's been about 1 million acre feet in total that has been moved through the stormwater treatment areas for treatment before being discharged to the water conservation areas. Bringing back this slide, because now we're getting to the heart of the dry season. So looking at groundwater conditions, you can expect groundwater has been receding with the onset of the dry season. As usual, we start to focus in on the lower west coast and over here. You'll see some of these greens and yellows are starting to turn red. And again, I'll just remind everybody that those colors are reflective of the historical record that we have for each of those monitoring locations, as opposed to a point that is of necessary or urgent concern. It's just, that's where they stand in regards to the historical record. But again, it's something we'll just keep an eye on as groundwater continues to recede over in that part of the system. And as always, we always encourage everybody throughout the entire 16 counties to conserve water year round. So I'll just remind everybody of that again. Also bring back this slide in the heart of the dry season. So the U.S. Drought Monitor is calling for a moderate drought over large portions of the water management district, and only this small little section here of Broward, Miami-Dade counties that they're not calling for drought-like conditions. Again, this is a reflection of rainfall. It's not a reflection of water availability. So that's an important distinction for everybody to be aware of. As far as what the future may hold, Climate Prediction Center is still looking at the next window between March and May of being below average rainfall for our water management district, and then that shifts to equal chances once we get into the wet season. And they're starting to forecast an above average dry season, but as I talked about last month, we're still within the wait and see category of how the rest of the hurricane season the upcoming hurricane season and the upcoming dry season will pan out. And hopefully I can have some more information for you at next month's meeting, maybe a little bit clearer picture as we get closer to the wet season. In the short term, probably see some rain across portions of the district this weekend or early into next week. And our meteorologists are calling for an actually above average rainfall in the second week period, which would be days 7 through 14 out into the future. So we'll keep an eye on that. And as some of those fronts move across the continental US and make their way into South Florida. With that, Mr. Chair, happy to answer any questions you may have.
So I guess the questions I have, John, are have you changed your thinking at all, given the fact it really hasn't rained in the last 3 months in a lot of places? We have a ton of water in the lake. We need to get that water south, it seems to me, more than anything else. We're pumping some water east that the east really doesn't want. Has there been any, and then your long-term forecast looks like it's not going to rain much either. It's going to be pretty dry. So has there been any thought to maybe not pumping as much water east and trying to figure out how to get that water south, or just leaving it in the lake and with the thought that it's going to be dry?
So a couple things. As Mr. Steinle pointed out, we're following suit with the Corps of Engineers as they make their release decisions to the east as it pertains to the Lake Worth Lagoon. You were correct that the Corps was trying to achieve a 500 CFS release to the St. Lucie prior to the recent closures. And we were following suit with about 100 cubic feet per second moving towards the Lake Worth Lagoon. So now that the Corps has ceased those operations to the St. Lucie, we have also ceased moving water to the Lake Worth Lagoon. As far as getting water, in terms of lake levels and just getting water out of the lake, I know as of yesterday, we were moving 2,500 cubic feet per second south out of the lake for water supply. So as the drier conditions persist, and you get hot, windy, sunny days, that only serves to increase evapotranspiration, which causes a higher pull or draw from a water supply perspective, and we move more water out of the lake, moving into the Everglades agricultural area and other portions along the Caloosahatchee River for water supply. So all of that is helping get water out of the lake from a lake stage perspective. I think when Lawrence does his ecological report, he's got a couple new slides that he'll be running through on the STAs and their conditions. So it might be beneficial to hear his presentation as we talk about the conditions in the stormwater treatment areas on moving little water farther south into the conservation areas.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinle? Or, who was it, Mr.? I'm sorry, it's Mr. Butler. Then Mr. Steinle, then Mr. Eldridge.
Kind of along that line, John, can you speak to the Corps', what they've been doing on banking? Kind of what the current status is, what the current bank account is, and does any additional flow south, do they debit that banking?
So under LORS 2008, the Corps has provided the flexibility of this banking philosophy that you mentioned, wherein every time there is a release that is lower than what the schedule would call for in the maximum of the up twos. So you'll recall a couple of weeks ago, LORS was calling for, I think it was 44,000 cubic feet per second to the Caloosahatchee, but the release was only determined to be made at 2,000 cubic feet per second. So that differential of roughly 2,000 cubic feet per second goes into a bank, whatever that volume of water is, and the Corps keeps track of that bank account, such that when LORS, as it did just a couple of weeks ago, flipped and is now only suggesting 650 cubic feet per second in total to be moved out, then they are making the decision to do the 2,000 using that volume of banked water. So that's how the banking account works. And yes, it does take into account all exit points from the lake.
Mr. Steinle?
John, is there anything we can do in terms of allocating or helping you guys allocate more resources to get water? We talk about it over the past couple of months, we've talked about it, from water conservation area 2 to 3. So moving it north and you're pumping it up. You said there's competition for that water right now. If we had more pumps or more infrastructure, could we be moving more water?
No, it's not. It's not a pumping or an infrastructure. It's a water availability.
It's a water of it. So it's the
Correct.
volume
So
of
one of the other
clean water.
things that we're doing that I forgot to mention while talking in that slide is, and everybody was just there for the groundbreaking at the A1 FEB site. You notice there was a decent amount of water sitting in the FEB. I think there's 2.5, 3 feet of water that is there, and we're starting to move that water out of the FEB over to STA2 and through STA2 into conservation area 2. So in addition to the amount of lake water that we're pulling down and moving through STA2, we're also moving the FEB water out of the FEB through STA2 and over into the conservation area.
Okay, but we have an excess in 2 that we want to get to 3, right? You're saying the infrastructure is sufficient to do that. It's the availability of water.
Yeah, combined with, and I wouldn't categorize it as an excess of water in 2. There is a volume of water in 2 that is also needed to support the ecology of area 2. So it's that delicate balance of how much are we taking out of 2 to be able to move down to 3 and help its drying conditions, is also provide the water supply to the Seminole tribe without having too quick a recession in area 2. And I don't know if Lawrence, you can talk about real quick the conditions in area 2.
Yeah, area 2 is if you look at it and you look at it relative to the regulation schedule, it is high. Mr. Bergeron and I have discussed at length, what is the appropriate hydrology there? And our staff have been conducting a study for the last year or so. We're trying to look at, with current habitat that is there, with current hydrology, we believe, and there's a large topographic difference from the top to the bottom of that. We are looking at it to see what is the appropriate hydrology. We're also looking to see what is the appropriate endpoint for habitat. And what I mean by that is, if we look at it historically, tree islands, sloughs, and all of that, we might not be able to get that back. there. I mean, that the tree island loss has been substantial. But we did a project in there called the CHIP project, where we went and you can look from space, and there are large areas that we went and excluded or removed all of the vegetation to open it up, so that there was open area for use by wildlife. So we're trying to look at this area and say, is there a way we can use that? And we went from that to a step forward called active marsh improvement. Can we go in and make changes within the type of vegetation that is there that is still functionally comparable to what was there historically that we might not be able to get back? So that's something that your staff are working on very diligently right now. And when that project culminates, we'll bring that information to you. And at that time, we may even suggest, working with the Army Corps to change that regulation schedule to something that meets the appropriate type of habitat that we think can have that functionality.
I just had one pause. Are we allowed to move water from the, what would it be, the A1F? What did you say is feeding to right now, A1 FEB?
A1
right?
FEB
Okay.
and Lake Okeechobee.
Where I understand that the water quality in the A1 FEB is good.
Mhm.
Could we, I don't know if we have the means to, but if we wanted to, could we move water directly from that FEB to the water conservation areas? Or must it go through the SDA from a regulatory perspective?
It'd be the latter portion of it. So it is physically possible to move that water from the FEB to the water conservation areas, but that would constitute a diversion under our NPDES permit.
But if, sorry to ask this, but if the water quality is such that it meets standards, we are still not allowed to move it.
I'd have to look up at what the recent sampling was, but I think the quality of the water at the FEB was in the 19 to 20 parts per billion.
So it's similar to what the STA outflow is.
Depending on which STA you're talking
Right.
about.
I mean, how complicated a diversion is that? Excessively complicated?
Excessively legally complicated.
Yeah.
Mr. Zulovich, do you want to say something? And then you, Mr. Brewer.
Mr. Mitnick, can you please put that slide back on the screen, the Gator slide, the blue and orange one? Well, it's got purple on there too. What a coincidence. Okay, so not so funny now. Looking at 2023, just because this is a great chart for saying a lot with a little. Once again, because we just meet once a month, can you please explain why the orange part is so small compared to the blue part with the stripes and the solids, so that we remind ourselves how to read this chart?
Okay, so the solid colors, both this blue and this orange here, are representative of the entire water year flows to the stormwater treatment areas, and it's broken up into the blue being from the runoff to the STAs, and the orange there at the top being lake water, Lake Okeechobee water to the stormwater treatment areas. The hatch bar down here at the bottom is just a subset of this overall bar that is reflective of the same division, basin runoff and Lake Okeechobee water, but only during the dry season. So that's how you interpret the different bars and colors.
So how come it's such a small orange top on the striped one?
That will get into Mr. Glenn's presentation coming up next, in the conditions of the stormwater treatment areas and all the efforts that we've undertaken recently to maintain their effectiveness and efficiency as we move closer and closer to having to achieve the Q-Belt.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about it?
I don't have a problem talking about it. I just think that the board would benefit from hearing Mr. Glenn's presentation before we engage in a full conversation.
Okay.
It would be correct to say that the blue is the runoff and the orange is from the lake, and therefore the skinny orange means that we're holding a little bit more water back in the lake.
There's been less lake water moved through the stormwater treatment area this
And
water
that's to
year.
try
yes.
to help the stormwater treatment areas get back on track, get healthier.
Yes.
Okay.
John, clarification on this, on that column, that's water year to date, correct?
Correct.
And all the
It's-
other columns are full water years?
Correct.
Okay, so people need to understand, this is not a full water year, so you
Yeah.
can't compare
That's a
apples to
good
apples
point.
there.
Yeah, I apologize. I should point out the little P down here at the bottom. That is representative of partial. So it's the partial water year for 2023, which will end May 1st.
Yeah, I saw that. I just wanted to make sure people understood that because I think that explains part of your answer, Jackie.
It does. Thank you. I appreciate it. And it always bothers me a little bit that it says runoff to SDAs in blue, because I think it's mostly runoff from the EAA, from the Everglades agricultural area.
Correct.
And also from the 139. Is that correct too?
For this particular chart, I want to say, yes, it includes the 139, but it also includes the C51 West Basin, so Village of Wellington, Royal Palm Beach into SDA 1 East, but I will get that answer for you before lunch.
Okay, and I know, I mean, Lawrence Glenn is fantastic at what he does. You are one of these people that you have institutional recognition for your work here. Just, you may have been here at the same time as Lawrence, but you speaking on this issue, you being in charge of operations, you being our assistant executive director, you hold a lot of power. You hold a lot of importance, with just talking through this. And that's why I push you a little bit, because I'm very interested in what you have to say and how you're going to say it from the position that you're in. Dr. Glenn, as I like to call him, to me, he's more a biologist, he comes from more of like a nature background. To me, you're more of an engineering background. I may be wrong, but I like to hear how you explain these things, and it helps me a lot when you can speak through them. So I appreciate Vice Chair Wagner helping you speak to me about this, because it's important to me. And this is really the only time that I get the chance to ask in public about something, Mr. Mitnick, that is so incredibly, even though it is frustrating for all of us, it's something that the hardest problems are the problems that need to be discussed the most. And so I'm just trying to make sure we have an opportunity to discuss these challenges publicly and openly, because I think it helps all of us in all 16 counties. And I respect your career, and thank you for this chart.
Thanks, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Bergeron.
The area 2. And we've had a little difference of opinion on compatible water levels with the plant communities and the wildlife. A lot of my experience goes back, I hate to say this because I'm telling my age, but I was, in this area before there was any levees or compartmentalization, and actually lived in this particular area for about 8 years back. And was a great experience for me to, go home every night in an airboat. But Area 2 and 2B, there was thousands of deer and fur-bearing animals and panthers. And I even seen one skunk ape one night. But I try to apply my real life experience, being one of the probably the last generation that's seen the Everglades before it was compartmentalized, where there was no pump stations and levees. We talk about a water level that we are constantly 1 foot above. And every now and then I hear, we got to be careful about water supply and saltwater intrusion, which I understand that. You're trying to balance. But I don't understand once you get a certain water level in area 2, that's so deep that a wading bird can't even land. And due to the devastation of high water in area 2A and 2B, over the last 4 decades, going back to about 1982, when we had the Mercy kill of drowning wildlife, and then we reoccurred that in 1994 and drowned 98% of every fur-bearing animal in area 2 and 3 because of water levels, high water levels. So we need to have an understanding. I think the board, what we talk about, we're always 1 foot above the ecological balance of what's compatible with area 2A and 2B. Have we consulted with FWC in regards to their opinion based upon our opinion that we should be changing this to a higher level than what's been established?
So yeah, over the years, we've had a number of different conversations with FWC. So when we talk about changing the regulation schedule, that's not something that the Water Management District can do in and of by ourselves or do overnight. It has got to go through a very public process. So we'll have the benefit of input from all different stakeholders as to what that regulation schedule should look like or could look like. But to get to your earlier point, and I think Lawrence had mentioned it, is the topography that goes across area 2. So your example of the wading birds and how long their legs are, if they're able to forage and they're able to stand up here in the northern portion, it means the southern portion is way too deep for them just because of the slope of the land going across area 2. And the opposite is true. If they're able to easily forage down in the southern portion, it means the northern portion is already too dry and drying out and at risk of muck fires. So it's striking sort of that balance between the ecotones that we're going to have to engage all parties on and hopefully come up with a better regulation schedule for that environment.
Well, I think it's important for the board to really understand the ecological compatible water levels with the plant communities and the wildlife. The wildlife in there has been devastated from high water. So, and once we establish that, we need to try to be compatible with the ecological for the wildlife and the benefit of the plant communities. And, you know, there's Deer Islands in there, which are Indian mounds that date back 10,000 years ago by the Glades 1 Indians, and they're being impacted too. I'm not willing to give up on area 2 as like, you know, it's changed so much, it can't recover. I think it's important that we as a board understand, you know, what is the compatible water level with our other state agencies and FWC, and try to adhere to that over time. I have a great deal of concern because every year we constantly a foot and a half higher than the ecological band. I know that there's even the turtle eggs and everything that actually have to hatch in the dry are heavily impacted in that area. Matter of fact, I have a friend that lives out there and he's working with FWC and trying to take care of that. But I think we need to figure out, try to stay compatible. If we can't do it immediately, but try to have a plan to get there at some point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. As this process is initiated by the Corps of Engineers, we'll definitely be engaging with the Corps as
Yeah,
we
well,
move through
let's
it.
try to do that because, you know, I don't want to see area 2A and 2B used as a high water above what's compatible with the plant communities and all the wildlife, you know, I think we should try to get to the point, what is, so we all understand it up here as a board. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. And thank you, Mr. Mitnick. We'll go on to the other conditions report. Mr. Glenn. Some people would say Dr. Glenn.
But it's not. If you want to confer that upon me honorarily, I will take it. Thank you for letting me come before you today. Drew talked about the South Florida Environmental Report that's put out. That's coordinated in my shop, and it's in Stuart Van Horn's bureau. And the work that they do in there, especially Kim Riker, formerly Chirazi, she's our editor. And the amount of effort she puts in annually to ensure that this publication is just top notch is incredible. So my hat's off to her and the whole team. He said it's 3,000 pages. It's remarkable. It goes through not only the science, but our business as well. And for next month, we're going to have a workshop, and it's going to be on SFER. It's going to be on volume 1, which is science. So we're going to bring to you a series of presentations that hits the high notes of the chapters in the SFER, so you are aware of the incredible work that your agency does. And the science that we put out there is just top notch, and we're really excited to have that workshop. So as we get going, we'll start up at the top of the system in the Kissimmee River. Last month, we were discharging about 4,000 CFS, and about 1,200 to 1,400 CFS is the volume or the discharge rate that is needed to have the river channel inundated and have water pushed out onto the floodplain. So now we're at 610, so that means that we are at a period of recession. And as Mr. Butler asked last meeting, we had a 162-day event of inundation of the floodplain. He asked what was our performance metric for that, and it's 173 days. So this was the longest inundation that we've had of the restored floodplain since we have finished construction of the project. So that's really remarkable. And then something that we're seeing that is equally good is dissolved oxygen is well above the 2 milligrams per liter threshold that we say is needed for the aquatic wildlife. John did a really good job of going through what is coming into Lake Okeechobee, what is going out of Lake Okeechobee. You see ET is 3,200 CFS. So if you just tallied all these numbers real fast, it's approximately 1,000 in and 7,000 out currently. So we're moving water out of the lake. John also did a great job of going through where we are with regard to our current stage in the ecological envelope. I believe the dynamic position analysis had us getting back into it right before April. If you come over and you look at what stage is doing as it drops, you start to see this drying of the marsh, which is good at this time of year. It's going to dovetail well with, I'll get to it in a minute, but what's going on with wading bird use. So we'd like to see this keep continuing for not only for the marsh condition, but for the condition of submerged aquatic vegetation, which we will go out and monitor again this summer. Looking at the lake from a cyanobacterial bloom potential, currently there is not a lot of potential on the lake as a whole. We do have it in Fish Eating Bay. So we go out, we collect monthly right now at 8 stations. Once we get into season, we will start collecting at 30 stations every 2 weeks. So what we're seeing is we say that a bloom condition really is here between 20 and 40 micrograms per liter for chlorophyll A. So we don't have a bloom condition on the lake currently that we have sampled. All of the toxins at the areas that we have sampled are below detection limit, and that detection limit is 0.2 micrograms per liter of toxin. And the taxa currently is mixed. So we send a sample up to FDEP, they look under the microscope and say, is there one particular taxa of algae or phytoplankton that's dominant? We only have 2 that are microcystis. As we get into summertime, Microcystis loves that really high temperature and uses that. So that's when we start to get into a Microcystis dominated community, and Microcystis, of course, produces the toxin microcystin. And so we're not seeing that yet. I wanted to go through our sampling protocol, how our samples and our lab works compared to what we send to FDEP, so you have a good idea of what's going on. So we have routine sampling, the one I just mentioned. We go out once a month and we collect samples, and this is for Lake Okeechobee. We take those samples, we send them up to either FDEP for toxin analysis, or we can do the nutrients and the chlorophyll in our own lab. So here's the stuff that we do in our lab. Those results go into DB Hydro and are uploaded into the WIN database. What we send up to FDEP, they are the experts on toxin analysis. So they do the toxin analysis, they get that. It takes about 4 days from sample to toxin results, which then they post on their FDEP blue-green algae dashboard. So that's kind of what happens with that, whether it's a routine sample that's collected, or if they go out and someone calls and says, we see a bloom somewhere, FDEP sends their staff out to collect what is called a FDEP bloom response. So this goes through that same process in this bottom line. Sometimes they ask us to go out. If it's logistically better for us, we have a crew out, we'll collect a sample specifically as a bloom response sample, and we'll send that up to FDEP. All that information goes on their blue-green algae dashboard. We had a team of the month, our team of the year, that we put together this amazing way to go out and look at structures that are forward-facing, that are moving water into public areas to see if there is blue-green algae present. So if that is the case, we will go out and we will look and we'll see, does it require a treatment? If it requires a treatment, we will collect a sample. We'll take that sample, often we'll split it with FDEP, so we'll send it up for them to do their toxin analysis. We also will do a toxin analysis, but we do a less sophisticated screening tool analysis that takes about a day to turn around instead of 4. And this is for us to evaluate after we have done a treatment, do we think that we need to retreat? So those data, very screening level, those data aren't posted out onto a web page or a board. That they'll pick it up from FDEP, we'll publish it, but we don't put it in our database. It's just a screening level tool. All of our data that go into our database that we make available have to be QA/QC'd, have to go through a lot of stringent stuff. This is a quick screening level analysis for us to see if we need to go retreat. And that method is called ELISA, and it's an enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. And basically what you're doing is you're taking this, you're putting it through, it looks for antigens, and you'll see that it takes about 6 hours to run. And when they do a toxin analysis at FDEP, they look for every possible toxin. This one just looks for microcystin LR, which is a component of microcystin that is typically the most abundant. So for us, it's a good tool for us to use to say, do we need to go retreat or not? But it's not something that we would use in a scientific paper that we would use for regulation or something like that. Looking at chlorophyll levels, dissolved inorganic nitrogen, and turbidity currently within Lake Okeechobee, you see that chlorophyll levels are down, and that corresponds to what we saw in the cyanobacteria potential map. There's not a lot of coverage of pixels out there that say that there's a high probability for algae, and so we see that in the chlorophyll levels of the samples we've collected. We still have this very high dissolved inorganic nitrogen level, and so that is going to be food for whatever wants to use it at the time that the temperatures and daylight and everything becomes appropriate. So what this means is when temperatures are increasing in the lake, which they are now, air temperature is increasing now. We're starting to get into a period of longer photo period, or it's lighter longer for photosynthesis to occur. This is the nutrients that will be available for a blue-green algae bloom on the lake. So we have a lot of nutrient there. Currently, the turbidity is kicked up high. John talked about, windy days. It's great for evapotranspiration, but it's also keeping the lake a bit turbid. So when we get into a condition where it's hot and those storms stop coming through from winter, if you want to call it that in Florida, we're going to see a condition where it's going to be calm, it's going to be hot, and there's going to be a lot of nutrient in the water. So it will probably be a pretty heavy blue-green algae season ahead of us. Looking at snail kite nesting, it has been just remarkable this year. We have 66 nests total for this year on the lake. And of that, we have 7 have failed, 13 have been successful, and the rest are in their stages of incubation. Up on the Kissimmee River, there we have 4 nests currently in the restored area. There were 6 total, 2 failed, 4 have eggs. So that's something also restoration during channelization. There was not use of snail kites of the floodplain, and now there is. So that's a good news story. And this is what we're seeing on the lake currently relative to snail kite nesting.
Lars, didn't you have some in the C44 last year?
We did. Last year, they were a bit more spread out, and usually they also use the upper basin, the Kissimmee Upper Basin, and currently the majority of nesting is happening in Lake Okeechobee. Looking at wading bird foraging, if you follow that interquartile range, the blue brick road in the middle is the average. We are below average, but we are trending up in this last area as areas become more appropriate as water levels are declining for wading bird use. Looking at the St. Lucie and inflows, currently over here you see what has happened in the past week. There's currently no discharges out of S80. And within the estuary itself, there's a nice salinity setup within the estuary. You have 5 to 18, 18 to 30, and then out where it gets very saline as it meets the ocean. And that has been within the optimal range for adult oysters for the past several months. Looking at the Caloosahatchee, we have a similar condition. It's receiving about 2,000 CFS weekly average. There's that freshwater portion of the estuary that in dry years has been very concerning because this saline condition can come all the way up to the structure. That's not the case. So the freshwater part is fresh, and it is continuing that gradient as we go down to the mouth. And we see that at Cape Coral, we're in the envelope and we're just above, we're a little bit saline to the end part of the estuary for adult oysters. Ms. Thurlow Lippisch asked if I would provide salinity conditions going back in a longer period of record to see, what's going on in both the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. And I took this, and the blue bars are the dry season, and the other yellow bars then would be the wet season. And you see dry season salinity increases because you don't have inflows. And when you do have inflows, they can come down into the harmful range. And so that's what we were seeing. But if you look at these last several years, you don't see these large excursions up into the top, and you don't see these large excursions down to the bottom. And that's a similar case down here for the Caloosahatchee. So our ability to provide flows, beneficial flows and not harmful flows, we're seeing that in these salinity data, and then those organisms that count on that salinity are doing pretty well. There was a question earlier about what is going on with red tide. This is the most current red tide map that's put out by Fish and Wildlife Commission. It's their marine division. So as was said, there are reports of red tide all the way from Tampa Bay down to the Keys. There's an interesting anomaly that is occurring currently. Sea surface temperatures are 3.6 to 4.6 degrees Celsius, which is 6 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit hotter at this time of year than normal. So what do red tide organisms like? How do they grow best in hotter temperatures? We talked about hurricanes providing that load of nutrient into the system. So this hurricane season, we had Ian come through. It put a lot of nutrient out into the system. That temperature, along with nutrient, is likely responsible for what we're seeing here. Someone asked the question about what about current and wind? And so FWMRI, they have a predictive model that looks at what is the current wind and steering currents that is taking place in this part of Florida, and it's a southeasterly direction of wind and current now. So that's going to be driving red tide, down the state. I'm changing up today about STAs, and I wanted to talk about rainfall and how that impacts inflows into the STAs. So the STAs on general, if we take a year, 2 years ago, you have rainfall that's pretty, it's almost normalized, it's very consistent across the summer. And then you have this last summer where we had a very high rate, and I'd line these up so that you can see 8 inches, and then we had Ian come through. So for inflow into the STAs, it was recognized that if we can meter inflow into the STAs, they do best when we can have that nice slow flow of water. It has that contact time with the plants to absorb nutrients, that's the optimal way. So restoration strategy said, well, let's build FEBs that we can help meter that. And that's a great strategy. That's really good. But when we have these events like this event here, even the FEBs, get full. So in those conditions, then we can have scouring into the vegetation that is bad. It creates these short circuits that changes the velocity of water going in. It can create these short circuits that go deep into the STA. It can now have a deeper source that can change the hydrology. It can pull water off of here where if it wasn't there, it'd be in sheet flow. Now you have a little river in the middle of your almost floodplain, if you want to look at it that way. So we came in and said, we need to, in front of all of these culverts, let's put these dissipators. And that's a great thing. And we're using those, and those are very successful. You see here is this short circuit. After the dissipator was there, it has filled in with vegetation. That's wonderful. So these are things that we're learning as we go. It's an iterative process. The STAs did not come with a handbook on this is everything you're going to encounter, and this is how you combat that. So our scientists are doing a remarkable job, and our engineers working together to figure out how we operate these to the best of our ability. When we have post-Hurricane Ian, all of this light green is floating aquatic vegetation that we do not want in the STA. This is in the A cell of the middle flowway for STA 3.4. So we talk about what do we do in the dry season in the STAs. This is our time where they have a respite from flow, they have depth, and they have flow. And so we can let water levels come down, the plants can be more healthy as they're regenerating themselves and getting ready for the wet season. We go in, we do planning where we see we need help, but when we also have to take care of floating aquatic vegetation on this scale, this is large, that limits what we can do with our other work as well. So we're working hard to do that. We're working hard to take care of this. You definitely do not want this floating aquatic vegetation. It's lily pad-like. It blocks light from coming down for SAV. When you get large accumulations like this, if you get a wind event, it's like a bulldozer going up against the emergent vegetation that you don't want to lose. So it's a big deal. But our crew is fantastic. They're going at it. And they're illuminating this from 3.4 where we had this issue. We have these booms installed because we do not want it going down into the B cell. These are the mixed marsh shells with this wonderful SAV that does that final polishing before you go, it leaves to go into the Everglades. So if this is to get down here and we have to treat this, then you would end up losing your SAV because you'd have to do a full water column treatment, and that's something that we definitely do not want to do. So here is the plant that we're having the most issue with, and it's only within the last year or so that we have started to have issue with this. It's crested floating heart. It can be a floating plant, or it can root. If we have high velocity in the canal that goes into the STA, it can pull this up and carry it in there, or it might not be rooted yet and it can go in there. It has these things called ramets. These are basically, all of these break off, drop to the ground, they form a new plant. Any part of this plant can form a new plant. That's why we look at it and we say, let's go treat it mechanically. That's what everybody wants us to be able to do. You can't, any part of this that is broken off, that it can still form a new plant. So it's very difficult to treat. We have a research undergoing, trying to figure out what is the best way to treat this. And this is why we aren't sending water into 3-4 right now, because we are still making sure that we are taking that B cell that could receive water, that A cell, and we're eliminating this there, and then we're trying not to bring any new into the system. There's currently this in the canal that's in the inflow. The last time I talked to you, we had treated and we thought we were going to be able to move forward. Canal levels dropped, there was more, so we've treated. So we're trying to ensure that we don't exacerbate the condition that already occurred because of Ian.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Lawrence, will herbicide actually, will it kill those ramets?
Yes.
So it'll dry it up, so it'll make them inactive?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the issue.
Are
We
these
talked about
invasive?
I'm sorry.
Are these invasive
Yes.
or?
So this is one of those things where we're being highly cautious on not exacerbating a condition within the STA that we're trying to, get ready for QBEL. And I understand that we're working hard. We're trying to get water into 3-4 for sure. But this is what we're up against. And I just wanted to make everybody aware of it, that we're being very diligent and very careful.
I'm assuming there's no natural predation?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Lawrence, have we ever had an issue with any other types of floating aquatic vegetation in Cell A of this STA?
Oh, sure. There's water hyacinth, there's water lettuce, there's the host that is there. They've been much easier for us to deal with. Just their method of how we can get rid of those is quicker and easier. And they don't have, not every plant comes with this ability to, hey, break a part of me off and I will grow, and with these ramets as well. So it's just the the anatomy of this plant is difficult, along with how it can reproduce.
Does Cell A have a tendency to have more floating aquatic vegetation than Cell B?
The A cells are the ones that receive water first.
So
if we
they
go
have
back
higher
to-
nutrient.
Yes, so
Yeah.
water comes in at the top.
Yeah.
And so this is the A cells are the very dense emergent vegetation, like cattails and fire flag. It's that emergent marsh that does the first absorption of phosphorus. Then water goes from cleaner water, now goes into the B cell, which is a mixed marsh. It has some emergent, and then it has a lot of submerged vegetation, has a lot of periphyton there, and that's the polishing cell. So we don't want this going into that polishing cell, and we're trying to eliminate it from the A cell.
Lawrence, it's Cheryl Meads. Can I ask you for a list of the good and the bad? I know that you've probably given it to us in the past, but a list of the plants, the floating plants like this, that are the invasive and the bad, compared to a list of the plants that are the good plants. Is that something that you already have that you could shoot us or me? Maybe I'm the only one that loses track.
We can generate that for you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Dr. Glenn, the crested floating heart makes it so you have to, quote unquote, spray herbicides on all of that?
Currently,
that we see?
it is the method that we are using. Where we have down at the bottom research underway on its control methods, we are partnering up with to look at what can we do? How do we control this? So
And
that
how many years has the crested floating heart been a problem in that area?
It has really, in this past year, year and a half is where it has become an issue.
This last year.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a real conundrum, as we try to use less spraying.
Correct.
So Colonel Roman asked about the other plants. Did we use the herbicides on the water lettuce and the hyacinth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do they do it by helicopter, or do they go and spray it
Typically, it's an aerial application.
from the air, from
Yes.
an airplane?
Yes. That is the most effective. They'll also do it from the water. But
Okay.
the veg management people can speak to that much better than I
Do
can.
we hire out people to do that, or do we do it ourselves?
We do both. And one thing that we have, because this has become such an issue, and there's a limited source of contractors out there and staff that we have, and if we have an issue in one place where we have them spread across the STAs in the dry season, doing all the work they need to do, whether it's veg management of planting plants or trying to control plants, there's a limited pool. So the minute you have to have a fire, so to speak, in one area, you have to pull from that limited source. Fortunately, Drew and John just gave us 4 positions that will be in Rich Virgil's group that will be working with our veg managers to focus on STA vegetation management. So we're in the process now of hiring those so we can augment our staff to make sure that we have the ability to go out and do what we need to do in the STAs to get them ready for QBO.
Okay. That's disappointing to hear, but I empathize with you not wanting the plant to break apart, because if you're saying if somebody did it mechanically in the plant, is that what you were saying earlier? And
Yes,
then the plant broke apart, it would just grow more. Well, I'm sure Mike Knepper is back there seething and coming up with a new video, but that's difficult. Thank you.
My pleasure. Moving into Biscayne Bay.
Lawrence,
Yes.
if you can, before we move on, can you go back to slide 19? So earlier, Ms. Thurlip, you had asked about the numbers and how they're tabulated on the orange and blue bar chart. So this is a good slide to talk from. It does include that runoff number, includes all of the stormwater treatment areas and all of the basins that you see on this
Yeah.
this map. So it includes C-139 and includes C-51 West over there. So as Lawrence was talking about the challenges with the aquatic vegetation and the crested or floating crested heart, and looking at this map, as you move Lake Okeechobee water down through the central portion, through that structure there, coming down the North New River, or the other structure coming down the Miami River, that primarily moves into STA 3-4. So it's the challenge in the last year and a half from this particular invasive aquatic that our crews have had a real challenge with in managing, and that is what is restricting the flows through STA 3-4 right now. So we're taking some of that water through STA 2 from Lake Okeechobee, and then, as I described earlier, from A1 FEB through STA 2 into the conservation areas. But as soon as we get that issue under control and some of the treatments that the crews have been able to effectuate over the last couple of weeks, then we'll start increasing those flows into STA 3-4.
It's a really good map.
So S351, 352, and 354 added together are your orange?
Yes, but it's primarily 351 and 354. 352, that's the West Palm Beach canal that goes to STA 1 West and 1 East. We really don't use those to move water to the conservation areas anymore. But right now, we are moving water from Lake Okeechobee to STA 1 West for the purposes of maintaining that vegetation health and bringing those target stages up so it doesn't dry out.
So piggyback on that, the dry season flows out of lake, I think are 20,000 acre feet so far.
Mhm.
Care to predict where we'll be at by May 1st? Given where we're at.
Higher
with
than
STA health.
20,000 acre feet.
Say again?
Higher than 20,000 acre feet.
I wouldn't expect no less. Thank you, John.
So this is Cheryl again. I have a question for Drew. So Drew, we have 4 new staff coming on. Do we contract out, now understanding the importance of keeping things clear of those invasive or harmful plants? Do we contract out cleaning that up sometimes?
I think we contract out cleaning it out most of the time, but the contracting process isn't as nimble as having staff on, at your fingertips in a field station, basically patrolling the area. And really, they're assigned not only to work in the STAs, but also in the canals themselves, because preventing it from getting in the STAs is really the ultimate goal. So they're going to be brought on board to really patrol the canals, patrol all those flowways, to try to keep it from getting in the STAs, and then be also available to work within the STAs if it gets there as well.
Thanks.
Yeah, and if I can, just to add to that, as Drew described, I mean, we're talking about a living, moving system. Water moves. So with the contract support, once an issue is identified in one of those main canals, then you've got to call the contractor, you got to get them out there. And it's a whole series of steps. And by the time they get there, sometimes it's no longer in that location, it moved. So having on staff folks that can immediately go out there and take care of it is what we're hoping to achieve. And why, as this new risk has presented itself, we're adapting to manage it.
Okay. Coming down into Biscayne Bay, we're seeing salinity levels around 25. That's a response to some rain that they got earlier where it drives it down. This is below any level of hypersalinity. So Biscayne Bay from a salinity point is looking very good right now. Coming down into the Everglades, there's a lot of discussion on what water levels are currently. So you'll see since last month, we have definitely had a drying of the upper part of Water Conservation Area 3A, but we are maintaining, because of the Tamiami flow formula and COP, we are maintaining this connectivity in Shark River Slough. John talked about operations down here in Miami-Dade that is also maintaining this connectivity in Taylor Slough. So the operations that we're doing, although with SERP, all of SERP being built, would we be in this condition? Probably not. That is SERP's goal, is to recreate the hydrology of the Everglades. As we go through this in the fashion that we do in stages and increments, we have implemented COP, which is having a wonderfully beneficial impact on the lower part of the Everglades and even into Florida Bay, but it does pull water from the top when we don't have the ability to put water back in there now. So we are working to try to get water through the STA 3.4, as I said, and 2 to help this problem. But this is a kind of, as you do things stepwise, sometimes you run into a condition where you don't have the beneficial endpoint yet until the whole system or the whole project is complete. So that's kind of where we are right now. We might continue to see this. It might not be as bad next year if 3.4 were in better condition and we were able to have put water through it this entire season. This might have been a little wetter, but we're kind of, with the conditions we have now and our ability to operate and what we're trying to do system-wide, this is what we're seeing. But we're seeing exceptional conditions down here comparatively to where we would have been before we implemented COP. Looking at the Alley North colony, which is roughly about right here, we talk about the need to have about 9.5 feet of inundation at March 15th. We are almost at March 15th. We're approaching it very quickly. We're going a little bit lower than that 9.5, but Dr. Cook will be talking later this afternoon, and he can answer any questions you have about hydrology and what is going on within the Everglades, both with the Wading Bird report data and his current data. So he can speak to this very well. Going down into Florida Bay, we are seeing salinity conditions that are within the interquartile range. They are, the highest value that we have is 36.8. We're not talking hypersalinity until you get 45 to 50. We're in a really good setup right now as we continue into the dry season. And if you look at, this is where we can cover the whole bay with a boat that goes through, and it takes this continuous salinity readings, and then we can make this map. You see in August, still in the wet season, we started to get a little dry. And so we started to get higher salinities within the Western Bay and a little bit in the Eastern Bay. And right now, because of the operations that we have been doing through Taylor Slough, we've been able to keep this area hydrated and keep more inflow going into the bay. And you're seeing this setup currently, which doesn't have anything above our area of concern. So conditions are looking really good in Florida Bay.
Lawrence,
Yeah, just one more thing, Lawrence, can you talk more for the people who are watching on camera? When you say the operations that we're working on in Taylor Slough, for the people who just don't watch every day or aren't experts, just tell them a little bit more so that they can see the pictures and really understand that it is all of us working together, pulling the same rope, all of the stakeholders getting along, working together, the staff moving like crazy. It's good to see that result in the last 4 years. I mean, I can't explain to you how it makes my heart sing to see those numbers. Can you just tell them more?
Sure, and actually, I'm going to use the pointer. I'm going to let John talk to the operations that he just spoke to here, because he's much better at operations than I am.
All right, I'm trying to think if there's a better map in your presentation.
I don't believe so.
No, there isn't. Okay. So the operations I was referring to that we just implemented more recently, as this area has been getting drier and drier from a lack of rainfall. We had been pumping water back into the L29 at what is called the S356 pump station, which is at the corner of Tamiami Trail and Chrome Avenue. Anybody who's driven over the bridges has passed this pump station numerous times. That pump station was running a number of different pumps, trying to maintain canal levels in the L31 canal a little bit farther to the east, and returning that seepage water back into the northeast corner of Everglades National Park. So the operations that we implemented just within the last week or so is to reduce the pumping at that location, allow that water to transition farther south down to right about where Lawrence has his his red dot on the slide there, to the 332D pump station, where we would move that water into the detention cells there, and hopefully it would come out right there on the slide where it says TSB for Taylor Slough Bridge, and then move down through Taylor Slough, thus keeping the movement of water towards the headwaters of Taylor Slough farther and deeper into the dry season than what would normally be done just from that local water availability. And I'll pause there to see if that's clear enough for everyone.
Thanks, John.
If I could piggyback, John, how's that affecting water levels within the landowners within that area? Is there any impact to increasing those flows? They've been able to keep up, and of course, dry season, so it's everything stayed subsurface. So
Yeah, they've been able to
you can
keep
get away
up.
with it right now, right?
Yeah, farther down there south, around 332D, and working with the landowners, there hasn't been any issues from a groundwater perspective. The canals are pretty much towards the bottom end of their range, just from lack of rainfall.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Lawrence, it looks like you guys or everybody has been able to affect enough flow to the bay to keep, even with these dry conditions, to keep us within the interquartile range. If we were to go the next 2 months or plus until the wet season, as we have for the past 3 months. Are you still pretty confident that we have the capacity to keep us in that range?
I don't know that we have the capacity, but usually with the telltale, if we get into the middle of March and we have salinity in these levels, we typically have not gone to a hypersaline condition. That all is contingent upon when the rainy season starts. Because we might have the bank, and remember what we talk about here is keeping the sponge wet so that when we do get little rain events, that's not brought into the ground, but the sponge is wet enough to where you can still have some flow, surface flow into the bay. So, this operation is helping keep the sponge wet. So any type of rain event that we do have, it's not, just taken into the ground, but it can be overland flow and go into the bay.
So you're saying you can have a latency effect where you can get above the interquartile range for whatever, a period of time.
Right.
Where the damage doesn't either start or isn't as bad if the rain season follows up.
Correct. And it's not the day you hit 50 salinity that you're gonna have seagrass die off. That has to have a period of time, usually at several weeks, before you start to have that impact. So depending on how long this operation has, whether or not we get any rainfall on the sponge that's wet, or if we have to stop this and the sponge dries out and we don't get rainfall. So there's a lot of factors in there. Yep. So, I can speculate, but it's really up to how long this operation can last and then what is going to happen with rainfall.
So what you're saying is even if we don't have surface water, but the soil is saturated, where the water levels are several feet below top of ground, that we'd recover pretty quickly in the rainy season.
Correct. Exactly.
Well, thanks very much, Lawrence. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, 2 quick comments. I guess we're to the end of the presentation, Lawrence. We were, I thought.
Yeah, you had a pretty bird.
All right. To begin with, I want to commend staff. Us up here on the dais can be pretty forceful in our push to get water out of Lake Okeechobee going south. And, today's presentation, you kind of delved a little bit deeper into STA operations, some of the concerns, some of the things we're looking at, and kind of that long-term approach that y'all, staff, are doing when it comes to these STA operations. We are really, we can be really pushing on you, and we want to continue to push, and we want y'all to continue to push. But I want to commend y'all for doing it, because it seems like it sure, as much as we quiz and question you, it seems like you're doing the right thing, at least from my perspective. Second thing, slide 2. Talking about this in public, it just didn't dawn on me till I got to studying slide 2. Probably about time to update the Kissimmee River floodplain map.
We don't have and so what Mr. Butler is asking, this is our WDAT, so it's a water depth assimilation tool. It needs a DEM, or a digital elevation model, that has been surveyed across the entire landscape, that you have that built in, and then you can apply the stage or on top of that, and it can show you what inundation is. We are working on that. We don't have that DEM completely finalized, but as soon as we do, this is just the top half of the restored river.
Yeah.
It will be larger. So it's something that is in progress.
I look forward to seeing it. Pulling in Chandler Slough and
yes, sir,
and that all those lower reaches. All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Olovich.
Hello. Mr. Glenn, I'll be serious. Or Dr. Glenn. It just has a good ring to it. Dr. Glenn, like a TV show or something.
I like it. I won't lie.
Oh, it does. It really does. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for the salinity map over time. For me, that was very, very helpful. And only recently have I been paying more attention to salinity and thinking about how that affects the Army Corps and the district in decisions, and how in the St. Lucie River, as in the Caloosahatchee, but with the St. Lucie, the North Fork is affected by C-23 and C-24, which they're building now, which is great, but just how it's different in different places. And I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Do you think, since this board has been in place, that there is more attention paid to what salinities are of the estuaries when there is just, I know you're not the Army Corps, but is this a scientific thing that's been like this forever? Salinity is kind of the main flag to determine things.
Salinity is where we have the greatest number of recover performance measures tied to. And during your tenure, we have updated those salinity performance measures for both estuaries. And we have a better picture where it said this is an optimal range. You go above or below that, you start to get into a stressful range. You go above that, it's a harmful range. So our science has been dialing in better on salinity and its impact on the estuaries since your tenure. And the Army Corps, as part of, they have Recover. Dr. Gina Ralph is part of Recover. We have better tools now, I think, because these performance measures provide better guidance on what inflows are going to do to salinity that's going to impact a performance measure range that is going to have an impact on biology. So I think it's been an iterative process. It's how science betters our ability to make informed decisions. So I think we have seen that occurring during your tenure.
Well, that's really good. And it does definitely seem connected to the success of an algae bloom or not, the salinity. Page 9 on my paper. Yes. So when you get to the treatment section on the top, and you're in front of the gates, and you're spraying the substance on the algae, I guess.
It's a pelletized form that drops in and floats, and it's a hydrogen peroxide based.
Okay, I have
product.
seen it with the Israeli gentlemen and ladies when they presented it years ago. So that's what you're using?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when, say you spray it and you don't see the bright green color any longer, does that happen right away, or do you have to wait around for how does that part of it work?
It depends on the density of the algae. If it's a very feathery, light density, it can clear up in a matter of hours. If it was a floating mat, we probably would not use that type of treatment. We would go through, like we did in Pahokee Marina, and try to physically remove it because it's so thick that it would take, that method would not work. So what we have seen thus far this year is that wispy film on the top, and when it starts to get dense, that's when we have gone and treated, and it usually is gone within a day.
Okay, so your people have to stay there all day long?
No, there is a return trip the next day to look at conditions.
Okay. So when you see the algae bloom, it's treated, and then they come back 24 hours later, and that is when they test it after that?
We can take a sample if it's treated in the morning, later that afternoon. It all depends on actually when we can get our staff out there. So it's either that same day, hours later, a substantial number of hours later, or the next day.
Okay, so it's treated, and then you send that. There are two different ones. You have like fast COVID test, fast algae test, and then you have the other one that you send to DEP. What I'm trying to get here is, how is that coordinated for the public, I guess? So as the public, do we need to be aware that we're getting different readings at different times? And some of those are coming back after the fact, so to speak. It's just what it is. We don't live in a real-time situation where we can just stick a poll in there and know what it is. So, but I just wanted to, it was kind of confusing to me that they're treated and then we do the test. I just wasn't sure if it comes back or what happens.
Well, this is where our process and the Army Corps' process of daily visual inspections that goes to the report that you are now receiving from the Army Corps structures, that is a daily occurrence every morning. There is someone out there with their camera. We have this wonderful program, Survey 123. It's an ArcGIS product where they can look at their area, take pictures of that, go through the pop-down menu of what time was it, where is it, what's the density, how large is the area, and all of that goes into, it immediately goes to an email distribution list that is then blasted out. So we have immediate eyes on that internally. The Army Corps has it. Our operators, our veg management group, our water quality group, Drew, John, me, we all get that, when it happens. So
And that is great. And that certainly wasn't happening before this board. So thank you very, 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 very much. Nonetheless, with all of that and who we are, the only thing we really know each time we take a picture is whether it's there or not. We don't know the immediate level of microcystin in the algae because technology is just not there yet, and that's the way it is.
Correct.
Okay.
And our method, I will say, our method that we use now, the Army Corps has been for years reporting on algae at the structures. It's a requirement from FDEP. They would take a picture. Their method previously was a presence absence. It was 0. They would give a 0 if there was no algae. They'd give a 1 if it was on the lake side. They'd give a 2 if it was on the opposite side of the structure, and a 3 if it was on both sides. But you didn't know what the density level was. You didn't know how large the area was. So when we came through and started our protocol for our treatment for the structures that we operate, we use this other technology so we can look at density. We know how big it is, and it provides us this additional information. We asked the Army Corps, would you consider using our process because it provides more information? And they were very amenable. So that's where we are today.
Okay. And then the Army Corps makes their determination of what they're going to do.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bergeron?
Well, as far as the southern end of the system, it looks like we moved 1,400,000 acre-feet of water. And that's probably the average in an average rain year flowing south.
I believe so.
We haven't gotten into any high water events because obviously we haven't had a tropical storm and these big events that we have to be prepared for. But it's the southern end of this system in Florida Bay and the Central Everglades and Everglades National Park had a reasonable balance this year. The STAs what's the level of nutrients coming in to those STAs? Do you have each year, are they going down or going up based upon best management practices?
It depends on which STA it is, but they range anywhere from 100 to 200.
Is it getting better on what we're receiving, or is it getting higher?
From the data that we presented last month, it's about the same. But it depends on how far you're looking back, because since they implemented BMPs, the reduction that has been coming through over the period of time that they have been implemented has been remarkable. They needed to reduce by 25%, and they are reducing by 66% this last year, I believe. So there has been a reduction.
Over time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Does anyone else have anything for Mr. Glenn? Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and break now for lunch until a little after 1. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see.
We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And we'll go to the discussion agenda, item number 21, which is a summary of the 2021 South Florida Wading Bird Report with Mark Cook, Dr. Mark Cook. A real doctor.
The doctor.
Yeah. Well, I was just discussing this with Dr. Fred Sklar, and Lawrence should be our honorary doctor. I mean, his science communication skills are unsurpassed as far as we're concerned. So, yeah. So, are you guys ready? Shall we progress? Okay. So, well, first of all, thank you so much. This is the 19th wading bird report I've been involved with. I've been studying these birds for 20 odd years, so it's good to finally talk to you guys and get the message out a little bit more, in this kind of venue, so that's great. So what I'm going to talk about today is the highlights of the 2021 South Florida Wading Bird Report. It's a really good news story. It's when flows returned to the Everglades, and the amazing wading bird responses that ensued from those flows. So let's see if this works. Right, okay, so before I talk about 2021 though, I want to go back to the Everglades, the pre-drainage Everglades, and to give you an idea of how the wading birds responded during this period. So this is kind of a representation on the left here of what the Everglades kind of looked like, a satellite kind of recreation from the 1850s, before drainage started really in the 1880s. And the Everglades was well named. It was the river of grass. We would have these flows, seasonal flows, pulsed flows from Lake Okeechobee during the wet season. They would flow through this enormous sawgrass plain and into what, the ridge and slough, the major landscape feature of the Everglades, the parallel high elevation sawgrass ridges and the deeper water sloughs and the higher tree islands. Now, this area was much wetter and deeper historically than it is today. And the consensus among wading bird ecologists is that the birds didn't really use this system. It was too deep except for during the driest of years. So as water moves south, it flows through three major habitat components that I want to bring attention to. There's the three major flowways, Taylor Slough down here at the bottom, bringing water into Florida Bay. The major flowway, Shark River Slough, bringing water down into the Gulf, but also probably into Florida Bay as well. And then this other slough, Lossman Slough, in western Everglades National Park and Big Cypress, eastern Big Cypress. And so water would flow through these sloughs over these pink areas. Now, these pink areas were also really important. These are the marl prairies. These are slightly higher elevation habitats than the ridge and slough. They would dry out periodically during the year, just for a couple of months, but really important habitats for the birds. And then water flows through the mangrove, what we call the marsh mangrove ecotone. So a series of marshes and mangroves, much shallower conditions, but very productive. And it was in this area that most of the birds nested, what was nicknamed the Fertile Crescent. Most of the birds nested in the headwaters of the major rivers of Shark River Slough and Lossman Slough. And they nested in the hundreds of thousands, up to 200,000 nests in a good year. And about 90% of all nests were in this area. But as we know, things have changed a little bit since then. This is what the system looks like today with an actual satellite image. We've lost half the area to agricultural and urban development. Much of what remains has been drained by hundreds of miles of canals and compartmentalized into these ponded impoundments called the water conservation areas. And the upshot of all that is that much less water now flows through the system, particularly to the southern system. And so these important marl prairies, these pink areas, now we have hydro periods of between 3 and 6 months instead of 9 to 11 months. And the coastal regions are also much drier and much more saline. And that's, had some serious repercussions, obviously, on the ecology of the system. So, and not least for our major indicator species, the wading birds. And particularly for wading birds that forage by tactile, by touch. The wood storks and the white ibis that feed by touching. They don't feed by visual, they feed by touching. So they need really high densities of prey. And it's these birds that in particular have really crashed. And so between the 1940s and the early 2000s, these two species, the wood stork and the ibis, declined by 78 and 87% respectively. There's also been a shift in the location of these nesting colonies. The birds have moved from these historic colonies along the coast, particularly the Fertile Crescent, and they've moved inland to smaller and quite often less successful inland colonies. But I also wanted to point out, I dug out this photo from 1942 of one of these coastal colonies, just to show, these white areas here are mainly all wood storks. I have another photo that I took when Ms. Thurlow-Lipich was in the helicopter with me. So we have another photo of this area. But it just highlights how long we've been monitoring these birds. And another reason why these birds are so important, because we have such a good history and understanding of what these birds did historically. And probably the saddest thing of all that I see is the fact that the wood storks in particular nest much later in the season than they did historically. So, and then the consequence of that is that they have much lower nesting success. So if we look at this figure in the top left corner here, it shows the egg laying date through time from about the late 1940s. This is when they really started to drain the southern part of the Everglades through, to pretty much to today. And what we can see is that historically they nested really early, November, December time. Now they're nesting in February and even March at times. Now, the problem with this is that these birds, particularly the wood storks, have a very long nesting period. It takes them about 4 months from the eggs to getting their chicks off the nest. So if they nest in November, December, they're able to get their chicks fledged by March, April time, which is perfect for those birds to then go into the Everglades, learn how to be wood storks and feed up, and it really helps their survival. But what happens when they nest in February is that they tend to fledge their chicks in May or June, when the rainy season has started, water levels come up, the concentrated high-density prey that they need to feed their chicks on, the water levels rise, that disperses back into the system. And essentially what happens is these chicks starve to death. And so here we see the bottom figure is the probability of fledging a nestling, and we can see pre-drainage, it's pretty good nest success, but a significant reduction during the post-drainage. And this, I think, is epitomized best with this photograph. And what we see here is a wood stork, an adult wood stork, sitting between two nests. There's one behind it and one in front of it. The behind is basically just a pile of bones from these birds that have died, the chicks that have died. And below is a vulture feeding on a young chick. And unfortunately, we see this, not every year, but on a very regular basis. These birds are attracted to nest in the Everglades. They sometimes do well in terms of their numbers, but their nest success is okay. But I said earlier, this is actually a good news story it's of hope and the incredible powers of the Everglades, the resiliency of the Everglades, and the resiliency of these wading birds to recover from such effects. So, In the fall of 2020, we had Tropical Storm Eta that dumped a huge amount of water on the system. That, in combination with our ability, with new restoration projects that have just kicked in, like the bridges, etc., that's enabled us to move a lot of that water further south. And the combination of these two has really helped us, these birds, nest back down in these coastal colonies again. And so today I'm going to talk about the responses of these birds, both in 2021 and 2018, because that was a very similar year. I'm going to talk about what we've actually managed to learn about these birds during these times, because our science previous to 2018 and 2021 was based on a much drier system and much fewer birds. In 2021, we were able to see what these birds are doing in much wetter conditions. So we actually learned a lot of things that we didn't know in 2021 that I will talk about today. And then finally, I'm going to talk about very briefly just what I think this means in terms of what we need to do to restore some of these birds and in terms of Everglades restoration. Okay, and to do this, I'm basically first going to show you the nesting data for these birds. I'm going to look at a sort of long 30-year average time span to show you how the birds have changed during this period. And I'm going to focus on 2021 and 2018. I'm going to talk about the science behind these super colony nesting events that we've just had, and the management and restoration implications. So I'd like to start then with the wading bird nesting patterns in the Everglades. What we see here, this is fairly simple. It's basically the total number of birds, of nests, for our four indicator species. So we have the wood stork here, the white ibis. These are our tactile touch feeding birds, the great egret and the snowy egret. These are visually feeding birds. And it's the number of nests of these four species in the Everglades Protection Area, so that's the water conservation areas and Everglades National Park, over the last 32 odd years or so. And so what we can see here is, first of all, there's been some pretty obvious long-term shifts in these nesting patterns. We had pretty poor nesting all through the 80s and 90s, and actually before that as well, 5,000 to 10,000 birds at most, nests at most. And then we saw this incredible increase in about the year 2000. Now, we're not entirely sure why that was and why that's happened, but this was associated with a slight change in a climatic, decadal shift in climatic conditions, slightly wetter conditions, but also there was much better communication from the wading bird experts to the water managers. So we were able to sort of communicate and show what we needed to do a lot more. And there was much more coordination among the various different agencies as well. So all of those probably had an impact. Now, the other thing to note, and this is kind of important to understand, it shows how wading birds operate, is this variability. One year we would have almost 60,000 nests, then it would drop down, then go back up again and drop down. That is totally natural. That's what the birds did historically. It's a characteristic of wading bird nesting, and it's simply a response to changing hydrologic conditions among years and the changes in the prey base associated with those changes in hydrology. So, to see this was natural, and this is good to see. Historically, we would have had, 120, 150,000 and then dropping down, but nonetheless, it was good to see these swings and roundabouts in the numbers of nests. But then after 2009, things started to get flat again, and we were thinking, what's going on? Are we beginning to see them decline again? Is this changes in weather patterns? But then we had Hurricane Irma in the fall of 2017, and we'd actually had a pretty wet summer as well. I think we had a tropical storm before that, so we had a really wet summer. It was really good for producing prey. And then following that, we had basically the perfect storm of conditions to produce very good wading bird foraging habitat. We had this beautiful, consistent dry down that enabled these birds to feed on all that prey that was produced. And the response to that in 2018 was this: 116,000 nests, more than 116,000 nests. And that is just for those 4 species. For all the wading bird species combined, there's many other wading bird species, it was over 122,000 nests. So an incredible response. That's by far the largest nesting response we've seen in the last 80 years. It is, it's 20 times greater than it was in the 1990s, and double the last banner nesting year that we had in 2009. But most importantly of all, it's very similar to the nesting events that we had in the pre-drainage period, and that's what was key. Okay, so then normal conditions prevailed, drier conditions that we typically see in the Everglades during 2019 and 2020, and I thought, well, that was the end of it. But then in the fall of 2020, we had Tropical Storm Eta. That dumped even more water in the system than Hurricane Irma. And again, we had a very nice dry down during the following dry season, during the nesting season. And the response to that was 83,000 nests of those 4 indicator species, and about 90,000 nests overall in the Greater Everglades. So, not only are we seeing, one-off amazing wading bird nesting, we're now seeing the pattern that we want to see, the good nesting years, poor nesting years, good nesting years. So that was really encouraging to see. But what's most important, I think, in this is it shows that these birds and the Everglades are resilient. If we get the water right, these birds come bouncing back again almost immediately. And not only that, the scientific basis, the hypotheses that we've been developing over the last 40 years or so about how to restore wading birds in the Everglades, that was theory. Now we can show that it actually works. If we have the right water, Everglades restoration works, at least in terms of wading bird responses. And that wasn't the only good news. So not only did we have good numbers of birds in 2021, we had excellent nesting success as well. In fact, even though 2018 had higher numbers of nests, I think that 2021 was actually a more successful year because we produced so many fledglings that left the nest and were successful. And so, I'm not showing any data here, but basically this is a photo of woodstocks in the coastal colonies, and it's the opposite of that awful photo I showed with the vultures feeding earlier. What we have here is nests full of large, healthy woodstocks. Something that we don't often see. And then, the final thing that these birds need to do is leave the nest. And this is actually these little dots here. I don't know if you can see them, but they're primarily juvenile woodstocks that have just fledged. They're just leaving the nest. Day after day, we would see these birds leaving and then going off into the Everglades. And Miss Thurlow Lippisch, she had the pleasure of seeing many of these birds when she joined me on a helicopter tour, feeding actually in the Everglades and learning how to be young woodstocks. And then finally, probably the most interesting from my point of view, from a scientific point of view, is that these birds actually returned to the coastal colonies as well in 2021 and 2018. So over the last, if we look at the sort of the 10-year average leading up to 2018, the numbers of nests in the coastal colonies was pretty low, an average of about 4,000 nests. But in 2018, we had almost 10 times that, 40,000 nests in these coastal colonies. And in 2021, almost 30,000 nests. So, a remarkable response. And these were basically in 2 major colonies in what we were calling the Fertile Crescent, in that area where they historically were most abundant. And here's that Broad River coastal colony again that I showed that was photographed back in the early 1940s. Pretty much the birds are in the same location. It's a different angle, but pretty much the birds are in the same location as they were historically. Where are we going with this next? So our actual target for restoration is to have at least 50% of the birds in the Everglades nesting back down in these coastal colonies. This didn't quite reach that. We're at about 32 to 40% of nests. But to me, what's more important is the magnitude of these nesting events at the coast. Again, it's showing that these coastal areas are resilient, the birds in these areas are resilient, and they're, with the water, if we get the water right, these birds will return to these areas. So hopefully this is a video, and hopefully this is going to work. Yeah, there we go. So this is a video I wanted to show you. It's a video I actually took with an iPhone out of the helicopter just a couple of months ago. This is what we see when conditions are great in the Everglades. This was filmed. It's in 3A, just north of I-75, near one of our famous colonies, the Alley North colony, that can have up to 60,000 nests. This is what the Everglades looks like when we get the water right. And this is just one flock of about 1,000 to 1,500 birds. We'd fly on, we'd see another flock that was 3,000 birds. We'd fly on and we'd see another flock that was 1,000 birds. Some years when conditions are right, we're seeing 20,000 birds foraging in an area like this. So I just wanted to highlight what it looks like. We used to say that the sky used to turn dark with the birds flying over, and that's what's happening here. And so I really want to point out why wading birds are so important. Oops, let's go back to that. Why are these wading birds so important? So there seems to be a lot of birds here, right? But this is just a fraction of 1% of the birds that we can have in the Everglades. If we think about 2021, we had almost 100,000 nests. 100,000 nests is at least 200,000 adults. They're each producing 2 to 3 to 4 chicks. There are also juveniles from the previous year, and there are also migrant birds that just come down here to forage in the Everglades that don't breed. So in a good year like 2021, we have somewhere in the region of 600,000-700,000 birds foraging in the Everglades. By comparison, I was looking at the population of West Palm Beach in terms of people. That's about 80,000 people. So it's about 10 times greater than the population of West Palm Beach. Now, historically, we had 200,000 nests. So we can double that. That's over 1 million birds in the Everglades. Now, why is that important? Wading birds are apex predators. They're top of the food web. So the impact that these birds have on the ecosystem is huge. They are a huge influence on the ecology of the system in terms of being predators. They're also really important prey for certain species, particularly the alligator. Now, we all know the alligator is a keystone species. It's an ecosystem engineer. It creates alligator holes. It builds nests. The other, turtles and things and other amphibians nest in. It's a really important species. Recent studies have shown that wading birds, the chicks in the nest, they all often fall out. There's chicks fighting one another. Alligators use 40% of their energetic requirements to nest comes from these birds falling out of the nest. So wading birds are supplying a huge amount of energy that then goes on to these alligators. And then there's this cascading effect because alligators are so important, they're creating habitat for fish and turtles and everything else. So, these birds are super important. In my view, if we don't restore wading birds, we're not really restoring the functioning of the Everglades. And not just wading birds, but the huge numbers of wading birds that we had historically. Not only that, these are wading birds are indicator species for a reason. They are extremely sensitive to hydrologic conditions. So the vast numbers of birds, the fact that these birds are nesting along the coast, the fact that these birds start nesting early, that is all highly dependent on having the right hydrologic conditions that was characteristic of the pre-drainage period. So basically, these birds are what we call umbrella species. Because they're so sensitive and so reliant on pre-drainage conditions, if we restore the wading birds, we're restoring an umbrella's worth of other species as well, because we're getting the water right and for many other species. Okay, so how then do we recover these large populations? These birds are, they're not really affected by predation too much. The chicks, yes, but from a population-wise, no. They're not affected, at least yet, by exotic species, although I'll touch on that a little later. They're not affected by pollution. The major factor driving wading bird nesting and their populations in the Everglades is their food, their prey, the small fishes and the crayfishes in particular. And so understanding wading bird foraging and how it relates to hydrologic conditions is key to restoring these birds. Okay, so these birds basically need the right hydrologic conditions, I discussed that, and they need very high densities of prey to be able to support their nesting efforts. So how do we get those really high densities of prey? Well, this is a two-part process. And the first part is that we need to produce that prey. And this is, in general, this is fairly simple. As we know, fish need water, right? So essentially, the more water we have in the system, especially in a ponded system like we have now, the more water we have in the system, the greater the spatial coverage. So the deeper it is, the greater the spatial coverage. And the deeper it is, the longer that water lasts in the system. And so we've got a time component for these fish and crayfish to be able to grow. So more water, basically more fish. So, that's why these birds do so well during these, these very wet conditions. Now, the crayfish is slightly different. The crayfish, it likes lots of water and long periods of water, but it likes that to be punctuated by dry conditions. These little lobsters, lobster-like crayfish, they're the main prey of the white ibis, the most dominant species, wading bird species in the Everglades. And they're very sensitive to predation by larger fish. What happens is the baby crayfish, the young of the year crayfish, get basically eaten up. So when they breed, when there's a lot of fish around, there's no reproduction. There's very few of these actual adult crayfish can grow. But in these marl prairie habitats, these wet prairie habitats that dry down periodically, the fish migrate out or they die because it's dry. And then when water comes back, these crayfish are able to release all their baby crayfish into a habitat that's fairly fishless, at least for a few months, 6 months or so, before those fish populations come back. And so that enables those little baby crayfish to grow larger. And then when the fish do come back, they're the size when these fish can't eat them. So these marl prairies and wet prairie habitats are really important for growing crayfish. Okay, so the first question we wanted to ask about the 2021 nesting season was it wet enough to produce enough prey that we got this massive nesting event? And so what we have here is this is an Eden-based hydrologic map of the Everglades. This is the refuge, Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. Florida Bay is down here. And the scale of water depth here is on the side. And I've also put in, we have many colonies in the Everglades, but here are some key ones. This is the Alley North colony that can support up to 60,000 nests. And down here are those Broad River and Cabbage Bay colonies that are really important in terms of that Fertile Crescent area. And so what I'd really like to see, and this is for a specific date, November the 11th. This is the peak depth in the system just before the dry season, the peak of the wet season. And this was shortly after Tropical Storm Eta passed through. So got really wet conditions. And this is leading up into that 2021 nesting season, the banner nesting season with the 90,000 nests. What I'd like to see at this stage are these areas at least, a foot and a half deep. These are the wet prairie habitats that are so important for producing crayfish. And not surprisingly, they're near some of our largest wading bird colonies. Now, unfortunately, we have a white area. The area here is not covered. The model does not cover the coastal region, but this coastal habitat is also probably very important. So did we have wet enough conditions? Yes, we had very wet conditions that were excellent for producing prey. And that's best when we compare it to the following year at the same time. So this is November 6, 2021, leading into the 2022 nesting season that only produced about 39,000 nests and actually had very poor nesting success. And if we look at the same areas, these marl prairie habitats, much drier, only a few months hydro period, not very good for producing prey. And so this is the key, getting these areas wet enough. Now, I know I'm going to be asked questions about water depth and the issues that they have. It's not water depth per se that we need, it's hydro periods. Right now, we're kind of constrained by having to have those hydro periods. We need high water depths, but with restoration, hopefully, we won't need such high depths that creates many of the problems. So, great, it was a very wet year, produced a lot of prey. So this is leading up into the nesting season. The birds haven't started nesting yet. Now, once we've produced all that prey, the next thing that needs to happen is we need to make that prey accessible to the birds. Obviously, we saw how deep it was. The birds can't feed in those deep conditions. And so what we have on the side here on this is a representation of the ridge and slough, these ridge and slough habitats as we're going through the dry season. So showing what water levels are like in a ridge and slough habitat from November through January, March, April as it dries down. And below it, we can see the response of the birds. So basically what's happening here, and on the left here, at the beginning of the dry season, it's too wet for the birds. Water levels are way above the ridges, the fish are spread out everywhere. And as water levels come down, they come off the ridges, the fish obviously have to move down follow the water, so they're moving down into the sloughs. And as we continue to dry down, the aerial coverage of water is shrinking, the volume of water is decreasing, and all those fish that were spread across the landscape are now getting more and more concentrated and the densities are increasing. And it's then when we see things like this photo on the right-hand side, where we've got these high densities of prey and these birds can feed on them. These birds are not good foragers, especially the tactile foraging species. They're not good fishermen. They need these really high densities of prey to be able to nest. And that's exactly what we saw both in 2018 and 2021. We saw this beautiful, consistent dry down that I talked about. These habitats are ephemeral. They don't last forever. The birds eat, they eat all the fish or they dry out before the birds can finish them. So the birds are continuously having to move around to find new patches. But what we didn't understand, we saw this, great productivity, great accessibility, but what we didn't understand until this year was where the birds were actually needing to forage and when to produce these super colony nesting events. Like I was saying earlier, it's been 40 years of wading bird research has been done in drier conditions, not these super wet conditions that we experienced and the great conditions that produce these colony events. So seeing what was going on, seeing that we had this wonderful wet conditions and we were predicted a nice dry down during 2021, I started a helicopter survey of the Everglades where basically, I won't go into too much details, but I'd fly out every 2 weeks or so, go to areas that were suitable depths and take photos of these birds and quantify how many birds were actually foraging throughout the system in various different habitats to determine basically where these birds were foraging to trigger these nesting events. And I made a couple of predictions based on our knowledge. The first is that, and we've known this for about this is an old prediction, the birds will start foraging in the marsh mangrove ecotone. This is a shallow habitat. It was historically one of the areas we thought were most important. It was supposed to be very highly productive. And so when we had flows going to this area, we expected there to be a big pulse of productivity. And it would be a very important area to attract birds to the Everglades, to keep birds in there at the beginning of the nesting season, and to trigger particularly the woodstock nesting, early nesting. The second prediction that we made is that later on in the season, these wet prairies that I was talking about with all the crayfish would be important. These wet prairies are just right next to these big colonies. And this was a new hypothesis. This was based on some research that we'd recently done in the last few years, showing that white ibis are really dependent on crayfish. And these crayfish are primarily found in these wet prairie habitats. So those were the two predictions. So this is what we found out. So the first question is was this marsh mangrove ecotone important very early in the nesting season? And again, so here we have another depth map. What I didn't tell you about this depth map earlier was that it's also what we call a habitat suitability map. It's actually, you know, these depths seem somewhat arbitrary, and there's a reason for that. This is because these are modeled depths on the suitability of foraging habitat for these birds. So basically the green areas and somewhat the light blue areas, that's the depth we want to see these birds foraging in. That's the optimal depth for these birds. The blue areas are generally too deep, and the brown areas are generally too dry for foraging. Okay, so this is the beginning of the nesting season. We're expecting to see birds in the marsh mangrove ecotone. Unfortunately, we don't have the model, hydrologic model for that, but we do have the data for where these birds were foraging. Unbelievable numbers. 40,000 birds were foraging on this day, on the 1st of December 2020. This is unprecedented. We've never seen numbers of birds anywhere like this before. Very much suggesting that this area, getting these flows to these coastal regions, is so important to the birds for attracting them and for triggering them to nest in these coastal colonies. And again, we can compare that to the next year that was average to poor nesting season, and we look in the same places, very low numbers, you know, a fraction of the numbers of birds foraging in these areas compared to 2021. Now, we do see some birds coming online and foraging in the marl prairies, but very low. This area was dry, remember, so very low numbers of birds. But we do see good numbers of birds north of Alligator Alley, I-75. We saw about 7,000 odd birds, so pretty good foraging up there. The problem here, though, is this is really early in the season. White ibis don't really nest till March, April, so this is probably going to be too much too soon for these birds. Okay, so we've established that these coastal marshes are really important. Our next question was whether these prairie habitats are important. This is a new hypothesis for triggering these massive white ibis nesting events on the coast. So now we're into March in 2021, the peak of the birds are just, the white ibis are just starting to nest. We can see that we've got a lot of green area, very suitable foraging habitat. Now, did the birds nest there in this year? Oh boy, did they, yes. 19,000 birds on the western marl prairies, well, 18,000, and then also in Big Cypress as well, a really important habitat. At this point, the coast has dried up a little bit, so fewer birds there, but the birds are really chowing down in these western marl prairie habitats. And also the wet prairie habitats in north of Alligator Alley, near the Alley North colony, 12,000 birds. This is the area I just showed you the video of, and the birds foraging there. And here we have lots of green, and we're into March now, so there's plenty of scope with these water depths to last throughout the rest of the nesting season. So that's why it's useful to have these sort of higher water depths in these areas. So yes, in answer to our wet prairie habitats, really important. This is super new. We've determined that this is, you know, a key thing we need to be looking at now. And again, we can compare it to conditions last year when we had that relatively poor nesting season. And again, just 400 birds. We've got the right depths, but we didn't have the productivity. We only had hydro periods for a couple of months, so the productivity was much lower, and very few birds in the northern Everglades as well. Now, one thing you might notice is we're putting all this water down Shark River Slough here and Taylor Slough here, but what I'm not showing is any birds foraging in these areas, and that's a concern. I don't believe that these areas were super important for these birds, but I do think that we're seeing far fewer birds than we should be, given that we're now putting all these flows down Shark River Slough. And I'll address that in a second. So I just want to summarize, we're almost at the end here, but I want to summarize just what we've seen so far. And that is, these wading birds are super resilient. If we get the water right for these birds, they'll do what they did historically. We'll have large nesting events, they'll nest on the coast, and we should getting them nesting early as well. To do that, though, I think we need to be sending a lot more water south, as we're trying to do, and particularly along the coast and in these marl prairie habitats. We've also learned that these super colony events are very reflective of the historic hydrologic conditions. These birds are umbrella species. They represent what the conditions were like historically. And these wading birds also play a really critical role. And we can emphasize that again in this photograph. This is hundreds of alligators at this Cabbage Bay colony. All these little dots here are alligators. My colleague at Everglades National Park calculated there were about 500 alligators just in this one colony, feeding off the birds and the productivity that these birds are doing. And one thing I didn't mention earlier about the effect of these birds is just imagine the nutrient dynamics, the poop that 1 million birds can produce in some of these areas, and the effects that potentially beneficial effects. And at this point, we know very little about those nutrient dynamics. So these birds are very important. So we're getting close to the end now. So what do we need to restore these super colonies on the coast? This is just a very simple diagram of kind of what we're aiming for in terms of restoration right now. We're trying to send as much water down Taylor Slough and Shark River Slough. And yes, this is really helping. It's providing a lot more freshwater conditions down in these important coastal habitats for these birds, as well as many other benefits as well for Florida Bay, etc. But what we also need is I think we need more water in this area down Lossman Slough, and send more water so the marl prairies are rehydrated, so the southern big cypress is rehydrated, and this area of the coastal marsh mangrove ecotone is hydrated as well. Now, let's get back to the question of why we're not seeing birds in these slough habitats. And I think the culprit is potentially this guy. This is the Asian swamp eel. It was released, it was limited to the canal systems of the C111 for many decades. But in about 2011, it jumped into the Taylor Slough region. And since then, we have seen a decline. There's pretty much no crayfish left in Taylor Slough. And we've seen a decline of about 40 to 70% of the fish population of these key fish species that these birds are foraging on. And now we're seeing these swamp eels moving up through Shark River Slough and actually into the water conservation areas as well. Now, I don't think we should be alarmist. This is really just to bring this to your attention right now. Many exotic fish have been in the Everglades. Some of them have boomed and we've been really worried about them, and then they bust again. That's quite often what happens with these exotic fish species. So there's no alarm yet, but we need to keep an eye on it. We're continuing to monitor it. We are doing studies on its diet right now to see what it's actually eating. We're getting a number of publications out about this species, so it's going to be making some news soon. So I wanted to bring this to your attention. But regardless of the fact that we're not seeing all those birds, I just want to finish off with just a few photos showing just what happens when we really do push that water through south and into Florida Bay. And you know, these are some of the photos that I took during some of my flights, my foraging survey flights. This one here is it's all Florida Bay. This is Garfield Bight. Now, what was interesting here is we're really seeing these dendritic patterns, these deltaic patterns of the flow going into the system. It's the bays turning tea-colored from all the nutrients going into the bay, and what happens is the bay comes to life. A lot of this is anecdotal. So, but these anecdotes are, I think, really quite obvious. So, you know, what's happening with the productivity is we're getting lots of probably crustaceans and worms and other invertebrates increasing, and these are just shorebirds feeding in these flow patterns. And I'm showing this because it's a pretty picture, but when I'm flying down the coast, I'm seeing literally hundreds of thousands of these shorebirds during these flow events, if not millions of these birds. It was like flying over a swarm of mosquitoes. There were so many of them. You know, when we have all this invertebrates, we also have fish, and we've heard from 2021 how the fisheries was much improved. So we're seeing that, and just to back that up, this is a photo of American white pelicans. We usually have a couple of thousand white pelicans in the coastal region. In 2021, we had almost 13,000 of these birds. That's almost 10% of the population. These birds are huge. They've got 9-foot wingspans and they eat fish. So it's pretty obvious there's a lot of fish to be able to support so many of these birds. And again, black skimmers, this is a rare species of seabird, again, a fish-eating species. Many more of these birds than we usually see. And then final slide. When we also have plenty, you know, when we have all these birds, we get the predators. So here we have the eagle nest. This is an eagle nest full of coots. Historically, the bays and coastal lakes would support hundreds of thousands of coots and waterfowl. And we didn't see, you know, that kind of response in 2021, but we certainly saw a response, and these birds were doing well because of it. And then here's another picture of these dendritic flows. And at the bottom here, I'd never seen anything like it before. We're in the middle of Garfield Bight. Here's a 9-foot alligator. And basically there's freshwater flows coming right into the bay here. All this cloudiness is fish. These alligators are moving into different habitats, things that we're not seeing before. And I could go on and on, but obviously I'm going to. So, but anyway, so I'd like to finish off with some acknowledgements, the contributors to the Wading Bird Report. There's so many contributors, but here's the list of all the different organizations that are involved. It's certainly not just a district report. It very much is a very much team effort. But I will mention my co-editor at the district and our technical editor, Michael Bransky and Patty Casey, who are just, I wouldn't be able to do the report without them. They're just fantastic help. So, and with that, I'll take any questions.
No, congratulations to you all. It's incredibly encouraging from my perspective. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Start with Mr. Bergeron.
Can you go to page 21?
Can I do that here? Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Sad, oh, you're going to do it? Oh, I beg your pardon.
That was my fault.
Caitlin Newcamp.
Good afternoon, governing board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. Thank you, Dr. Cook, for your presentation on the Wading Bird Report. and the updates on the 2021 nesting efforts. Obviously, it was a banner year, and compared to the 10-year average, it was double the nests. This proves that as we restore the hydrology of the Everglades, the birds will return, and we should pause to celebrate. So I'm pausing. This banner year was caused mostly by unusually wet weather. So when SERP is actually largely complete, we will have banner years without having to wait for extremely wet events. Audubon is a partner on this Wading Bird Report, and this is a great example of cross-organizational collaboration that must continue. Wading birds are not only indicator species for this ecosystem, but they are actual performance metrics for our Everglades restoration efforts. They tell us if restoration is working and what ecological shifts are occurring due to various SERP projects coming online. In order for us to continue this important work of tracking not only avian population dynamics, but Everglades restoration success overall, we should definitely increase support and staffing for it at the district. The data that you saw today was presented from 2021, and that's due to a number of reasons that are beyond the control of this board. But we do feel strongly that providing additional support to Dr. Cook and his staff will bring us up to speed and will allow for reporting on the most recent data, letting us evaluate restoration progress in real time. In addition, South Florida used to be the heartland of the wood stork, but today the mega colonies of the past, like the one-time largest in the country at our own Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, are a very distant memory. Over-drainage in Southwest Florida has altered the region's water levels, reducing food for wood storks and increasing their vulnerability to predators. In 2021, you saw that the data suggests wood storks were sharing in all of the wading bird successes. But we believe this to be an outlier in a larger trend as we see wood storks actually still struggling in most years to raise chicks to fledging, particularly in Southwest Florida's overdrained landscape. I draw your attention to this because it is cause for grave concern, given that the wood storks may lose their Endangered Species Act protection under a new federal delisting effort. So as we continue efforts to restore the Western Everglades, we must be particularly mindful of prioritizing quality habitat for the species to recover. And Audubon is happy to continue our work on this report with the district and all of the other partners to see where our continued restoration efforts will take us. Thank you for your time and support in protecting birds and the places they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Mr. Chairman, I have no raised hands on from the virtual participants.
Thanks, Caitlin, and thanks, Audubon, very much. Mr. Bergeron, you had a question on slide 21, I thought?
Yes.
Okay.
So on slide 21, optimum foraging depth, that's, you got that in centimeters?
Sorry, sir.
Is that centimeters?
Oh, yes, sorry, that's in centimeters, yes.
1.4 foot.
What is the depth?
It's 43 centimeters.
What is the depth here? The optimal, it's in inches. It's the optimal depth is here in centimeters, 13 to 20 odd centimeters.
Okay, and what is that in inches?
So that would be about 4 to 6 inches. But what we have to remember here, this is not the specific depth that the birds are foraging in. This is modeled at a landscape scale. So it's Eden works at a 400 by 400 meter scale.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the average depth over a 400 square meter area.
So what depth would be too deep for a bird, a wading bird, to actually forage?
So these birds can forage, I would say, anywhere between about 1.5 feet to near inches. So, and it depends how dense the prey are. So, I showed that picture of when they're all concentrated in that drying area. But when we have good years like 2021, for instance, I can see wading birds foraging up to their, wood storks foraging up to their bellies because we've had so much prey productivity. We don't need the dry down quite so much. We need the prey to move off the ridges and into the sloughs. But so it all depends. The actual depth that they need varies depending on conditions.
But at a certain depth, they can't.
Yeah, about 1.5 feet, I would
About
say.
1.5 feet.
Yeah.
One of the things that, we're talking about various acts of God and events affecting the birds. And what affects the birds would affect the whole food chain, the balance of the whole food chain.
Right.
One of the things that with modified water delivery that we are moving forward in a very rapid pace. And one of the reasons why I've been so focused on the Tamiami Trail, getting water moving south, less water east and west, and letting the water flow beyond the Tamiami Trail. We got 3.6 miles of bridges. We have 4 S12 structures, and we have the 333 north and south for Shark River Slough, with science saying 60 to 70% would flow through Shark River Slough, and 30 to 40 would be in the western part of Shark River Slough, which would align with Lossman's Slough, which you mentioned
Right.
needs more water.
Right.
So that's why it's so important that as we continue to go forward, modeling the Tamiami Trail west of the L28, so the whole 80-mile face, by gravity, ridge and sloughs, water can seek its natural flow. And as you mentioned, Lossman Slough needs more water. And shutting the S12A and B for 9 months out of the year cuts off water to exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
So as we continue to go forward, it's so important. This shows how important modified water delivery is to equalize water levels. And for example, in 1994, we drowned thousands of wildlife because the duration of that event extended beyond a 100-year act of God. We had a cumulative backup in the central, couldn't get it beyond the Tamiami Trail. We're going to have 100-year acts of God. And the weak will die and the strong will survive. And that's more natural. It's when we extend it by man, by not having that natural oozing river of grass flowing south. And so one of the things that can tell you, in 1994, every sawgrass ridge, every myrtle bush for 50 miles was dead. Now somehow, God's nature, it grew back. But even God's landscaping will tell you when the water's too deep, So I think we're heading in a good direction. These birds, obviously the northern end of the Central Everglades is going to dry up, obviously before the southern, because topographical elevations are dropping 1 inch per mile or 1 inch per 2 miles all the way to Florida Bay. And these birds will actually follow that water as well. But when we can get to the point that we don't have that cumulative backup at the Tamiami Trail that gives us high water events so deep that these birds can't even land, cumulative backup in the Big Cypress and Backahatchee and Picayune and the Panther Refuge, that longest dam in the world down there, as we continue to go forward, and we're getting very close to where we can equalize these water levels, where there's not 3.5 foot of water on the north side and no water on the south side hardly. And then all of a sudden, we can release water like Niagara Falls heading south. And so I think we're going to get better and better as long as we can get, and I really got to compliment the board and all our staff on the seepage wall, where we don't have to cut off Shark River Slough because of the 8.5 square mile area. We removed the old Tamiami Trail, which is blocking the S12, and we're modeling from the L28 all the way across the face where we have all water moving south by gravity naturally through the sloughs that flowed through. So I think we got better days to come as long as we make sure all those barriers, we continue to remove them and let water equalize, get more water going south, less water going into Jackie's backyard and the chairman's backyard. Apologize for being so long-winded, but I think these birds follow certain depths. And the thing I pointed out before, when you got 3 foot of water in the Central Everglades, there is no wading bird with a 3 foot leg.
I was waiting for that quote right there. I knew it was coming.
Oh, no,
I was actually going to ask you to remind me of that quote. I knew it was
I
knew it was
seen you
coming.
looking at me, okay?
I was waiting for it. I got
Thank you.
One day I'm going to do your thing. I got your whole thing down. Modified, oozing.
Thank you, and you had a very nice report.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do you have questions? I've got 2 questions. The first is, in order to get water into Lost Man Slough, will WERP help with that?
I believe so, yes. I think, yeah, WERP will be very important.
Okay, that was the easy one. The second one is just my ignorance, and you can help me with this. So when you're looking at wood storks, you're counting nests, but then you said there's not really a correlation between nests and fledglings. So do you count fledglings also, and how do you do that?
Correct, yes. I don't do it personally, the fledglings. That's conducted through Recover with the University of Florida. So to do that, typically now they go basically into the colony, they mark nests, and they come back every 2 weeks or so and see how these birds are doing. Having said that, though, the drone technology, they're doing a lot of work on developing drone technology. They're building supercomputers where they have these drones will fly these set courses. It's geo-rectified. They'll create these images week after week of these giant colonies, and they can pinpoint the nests, the accuracy to within a centimeter. And so they can, if they have week after week the same nest in the same place with a bird sitting on it, they can actually monitor the nest success in that way.
That's really interesting, and it sort of that encapsulates what my next question was going to be, which is, and I think you answered this, has the methodology for observation over the last 35 years gotten better? It certainly sounds like it has.
Yes.
So then have you adjusted or corrected for that? I mean, are higher counts because we're counting better or because there are more birds?
To some extent, there probably is some of that because detectability is very difficult. It's fairly easy to count a colony when you have less than 1,000, fewer than 1,000 nests. But when you have a colony with 60,000 nests, it is impossible to count. And so that's why we're having to move into this drone technology. And yes, it's very difficult to compare what we're counting now compared to what we did in 1942, for instance. Very different methodology. But at the same time, the magnitude of change from one year to another is so large that we do still know when it's a good year versus when it's a bad year.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. That's all. Vice Chair?
Not going to kill me, are you? All right, just making sure. So I got, no way. So I got, Lawrence gave us the crested floating hart. That's on the enemy list now, right? And the Asian swamp eel. I got him down today. Two more to add to the list. I won't tell you who else is on that list. So Historically, I mean, obviously, since 2000, in your chart, there's been a huge leap forward, I think, in seeing the comeback
Right.
of these wading birds. Is there a typical, so we saw huge nesting in 2018. We saw huge nesting in 2021, and maybe even better fledgling success in 2021 than we did in 2018.
Correct.
Is the goal to see this happen every year, or is there a natural ebb and flow to the years you see the booms and the years you see sort of maybe the lower?
Let me see if I'm understanding your question. So I'm going to go back to the figure of when we had these nesting events. Am I in the right place? Yes. Yeah, it should be the next one. Okay, yeah. So historically, what we wanted to see, this variability is exactly what we want to see. If we had nesting like this every year, we'd be knee deep in wading birds.
Okay.
That would be too much. We do, yes, this is what we want to see. We want to see highs and then lows. That's the characteristics of wading bird nesting. It's not big, large numbers every year. It's these fluctuations.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's. I mean, I think that's a good thing. And I think the other question I had was, it seems clear to me now, because I sort of poke a little fun at Lawrence from time to time on the fact that these birds, they indeed can fly, and they move towards where the food is. I mean, big shocker.
They do.
So I understand that, but I think you've put a finer point today in a really nice in-depth way on location does actually matter.
Right.
So even though we've seen them in the, near the STAs and in the WCA areas, we would like to optimally see them come back on a 50-50 basis down in the coastal areas, right?
Correct.
And I think Chauncey's talked to a few issues already about how to sort of do that and warp and making sure we've got more water, modified water delivery, as Mr. Bergeron has said. I guess my question is, because it seems like they want to come back, and they're quite resilient, and they, it's kind of like if you build it, they will come sort of thing, which I think is a beautiful thing, because it's like they're dying to get back to where they kind of want to go naturally. It's just, you got to give them the conditions to do it. In the years that we had sort of lower wading bird numbers in, the areas you're counting.
Right.
I mean, I understand we've got this district, but there's also other land outside of our district and areas. Are these numbers sort of, are these numbers, are you seeing in years where the numbers are down in the areas that you want to see them? Are you still seeing good numbers in other areas, or is it just an overall down year?
Okay, so a bit of yes and no. Okay, so South Florida is one of the epicenters of wading bird nesting in Florida, in the southeast United States. Everglades would be the epicenter of South Florida. Typically it's between 70% and 90% of all birds in South Florida nest in the Everglades. If we have a good year in the Everglades, most of the birds in South Florida are in the Everglades. If we have a poor year, most of the birds that are nesting are in the Everglades. So they're not, there are other important areas like Lake Okeechobee, but they're not moving. If the Everglades isn't any good, they're not moving to Lake Okeechobee. And there's no real evidence that they're moving elsewhere throughout Florida either.
No, that answers my question, because I was like, well, don't they just kind of fly somewhere else?
Right.
But I mean,
But you're right as well. So I've only answered half of it. So, but to some extent, some of these birds will move. So wood-storks, for instance, what happens is if we have a bad year down here, we typically see more wood-storks up north in Georgia and South Carolina. So it does happen to a certain extent. The issue with wood-storks, though, is that they get trapped down here. They think it's great. This is why they're nesting late. They think it's great. They start nesting and they go all the way through till nesting until the wet season, and then they fail. And by then they don't have the option to move off elsewhere. So.
Thank you very much.
Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions deal with a focus on Lossman Slough and the coastal super colonies. You mentioned that we don't have the modeling to show us exactly what we need with the coastal colonies, or the coastal, bringing the super coastal colonies back, or the coastal super colonies back. But yet you mentioned that WERP would help. And as Mr. Bergeron mentioned, opening the S12A and 12B. Without the modeling, how do we know that?
In a nutshell, I think the more water we can, it doesn't matter that we know the depths. The coastal system never really gets super deep, and it's tidal, so it's fluctuating a little bit, within a day as well with tides. So the key to the coastal system is because it's never really super deep, it never gets 1.5 feet of water there. Basically, the more water we can flow through, fresh water, we can flow through the coastal areas, the better, as far as I'm concerned. The more fresh water, the less saline it is, the more productive it's going to be. So we're not constrained by super depths here because we've got the ocean that the water can flow into. So the more water we send through, the better.
So is your guess that just by the fact that the WERP project is completed, more water will go there?
So the conclusions I've made from what I was showing you is that in 2021 and 2018, let me see if I can go down to one of these maps. So basically, we predicted that we have more water going, oops, I'm going the wrong direction, sorry, let me just quickly go. The more water we have flowing into these areas, the coastal areas, the better. So.
Yeah, that point you've made clear. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
so-
find out what projects we're looking at to increase those flows.
Okay, so yeah, so WERP, we don't exactly know, we've got a good understanding of what the depths were in these areas in the freshwater marshes. We don't really know. There's a few gauges down here, and so we can relate it to specific gauges, but we can't model these water depths at a spatial expanse like we do with Eden or WDAT. So we don't really know what water levels we need, but we do know that when we have these flowing conditions, that these birds respond to it, and in huge numbers, whereas if we don't have those flowing conditions, it's evident that there's just not enough water. And we can see this from the aircrafts as well. We can see it's much drier. So really it's just adding water to these areas is the solution to getting these.
Ms. Roman, if I could answer that question, and this slide is perfect. On the right side, you can see where the L28 levee is. It's between Big Cypress and Water Conservation Area 3 is. And you can see water's on one side, but not the other side. Mm-hmm. So WERP puts more culverts in that levee so we can equalize the water level over to Big Cypress. And then that would rehydrate Lotsman Slough. And also puts more culverts under Highway 41 and Loop Road. So the water, instead of being stuck in 3A, it can move over into Big Cypress and come down Lotsman Slough.
Yeah, and that's very, very helpful, because what I thought that he was pointing to, though, was the coastal areas. And he said, did I understand you correctly that a model is under development, or you're working on a model, or no? No. So we'll never have that information, but the assumption is that if we push more water into the slough, then it'll reach the coastal areas.
Correct.
Okay, and I have one other question. Our public speaker indicated that resources are short for your crew. What would be the report that this board would be getting if you were up to date with your wading bird reports?
Well, we would still be on the 2021, but I would probably have got this out maybe 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm. So,
but part of that is due to COVID, and that held back a lot of folks that contribute to the report as well. So We typically get the wading bird report out, in November, December.
So the next report would be the 2022 report. When
Yes.
will that be coming to us?
We're hoping that we're going to speed up. That will be in the fall, hopefully, the late summer or the fall.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Olovich?
First of all, thank you very much for being here, Dr. Cook. You're kind of like one of these movie stars that works for the South Florida Water Management District, honestly.
There we go.
And I love looking at the Facebook post of the birds and trying to stay up to date. And I know that you're a guest speaker often in Palm Beach County. Sometime I'd like to come down and hear one of those talks. So thank you for being out in the public. I wanted to just ask a couple of things, because I have this kind of a problem with a lot of things, trying to figure out when they start and when they end. So just are you doing these bird reports in water years?
Yes. Well, it's breeding years, really, which extends from November, December through to June the following year. That's the breeding season.
December to June?
Yes.
But when you have to put your report in the CFR, right?
Oh, in the South Florida
Or when
Environmental
it
Report.
goes in, does it go in with a water year or?
Yes. Yeah, so typically with the South Florida Environmental Report, I try to get the preliminary data from that current
Okay.
water year into the report. So in the most recent SUFA report, we have the 2022 data, but that's still preliminary. And we put in there that this is still preliminary because we're still waiting for folks from UF to count from their,
Okay.
50,000 birds from their drones.
Okay,
things
and
like
that's
that.
why we might get like a little bit of information.
That's right.
And I'm thinking it's done, but there's still more information to come.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And just to kind of walk through these, it's kind of on page 12, where you have the 2 years that were really good, 2018
Page
and
12.
2021,
Slide 12.
I believe so. Thank you. So, all right, so now with this new information, you're doing December, the breeding year is December through June. I might not be able to do this without your help. So when did Hurricane Irma come?
2017.
What month?
September. Oops, got another way.
September?
Yep.
And was that was a
Thanks.
category 4? So early September? So September 17th. Okay. And so when did, this is awful to say, but I don't even remember Etta.
We have so many.
Right. When did Etta come? What month?
That was November.
November?
Yes, I don't know the exact date, but early November. 7th, the 8th?
And was that, just out of curiosity, I know that doesn't mean, but just to give me a sense, does anyone remember what category that hurricane was?
Tropical storm.
Oh, it was a tropical storm. Okay. So like for the birds, when is there a way to know when the best time for the hurricanes to come for them is?
I think the key is that they have a lot of water prior to the nesting season. And if we manage to keep water in the system for long enough, we have the long hydro periods. Like I said, it's not so much the depth. So with restoration, we should see lower water levels with more flow, so we can keep the water depths down and the problems that that's associated with. But if we can have summers with much more flooding across the system, shallower depths but longer hydro periods, that's the key.
Okay.
You just need more water in the system to
I don't know if I really
reduce that
understood what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So if a hurricane comes in September, that water is going to be flowing throughout the system for the next couple months, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, just for a
Yeah,
simpleton
right.
mind, like mine.
Yeah, seems that we are, with these recent hurricanes or tropical storms, it doesn't really matter what, the wind, it's the rainfall amount that's the important thing, and where it puts that water as well. So particularly with Irma and Eta, it put water right on the Everglades. It put I think Eta put up to 18 inches in some places in the Everglades. So just a huge amount. But if it happens in September, November, that doesn't matter so much, as long as we have longer hydro periods, longer periods of time where we have flooding throughout the Everglades.
Thank you. I'm leading up to something kind of for myself. So we were not, this board was not here when Irma came through, but this board was here when Eta came through. Are you at liberty to say, are you comfortable saying, or if you rather maybe me ask one of the other staff members, what have we been doing since we've been on the board, or even going back to a little bit before, to do what you're saying needs to be done? I mean, what can you talk about certain specific things or projects that have made a difference for the birds, something that you feel really good about for the birds?
Yeah, well, there's a number of things. I think, just the bridges, although that was a little bit before your guys' time, but there's been multiple developments, like putting in the seepage barriers, modifications to the C-111 that has really helped putting flow through to Florida Bay. Even putting in a plug in one of the canals near the Alley North colony. That has made a huge difference. We've got COP that potentially may be sort of draining the north a little bit more and doing great for the south. But I think the plug we put in, I cannot remember the name of the canal. Is it the L38 canal? Just to the east of Water Conservation Area 3A. We put a plug in there, and the whole idea was to increase water levels in the canal, and that allowed more seepage into the area near Alley North. The problem with Alley North is that it dries down too much, and then the birds won't nest there because of predators get the birds. But this plug has really changed things. It's made it much wetter in that area. And Lawrence today was relating, the issues we're having with Alley North colony. I flew over it on Friday, and there were about 10 to 15,000 white ibis on it right now, and that surprised me. We've got drier habitat to the west, but wetter to the east, and that seems to be helping it. And we have specific targets that we want to reach. That 9.5. We want to be above 9.5 feet for that colony, the stage. We've gone below it. And I've never seen birds nest there when it goes below it. That's why we have that target. And yet now, in the last few years, it's gone below it, and yet the birds are still nesting there in quite big numbers. So, but I would let Drew answer some other questions related to changes from the board.
No, I think you hit it. I mean, it's all the things we've been celebrating, seeing the water flow south a little easier. I remember putting the plug in. That's when we were in the meeting in St. Lucie County, up at Port St. Lucie. And we did a little video of putting the plug in the canal just for that colony. And so, it's little things like that, but it's just getting the water right, all the investments that we're making. We wouldn't have had these banner years without really high water levels, so Mother Nature helped us a lot. But all the little things we're doing is helping with the water flow.
Well, that's great. And I would hope that Dr. Cook is in a position to come here more regularly if you can. I think the bird story is a happy story, and I think it's really important for us to focus on happy stories, and also stories that don't always have so much to do with us, with our own problems. My mom always told me, if you're feeling blue, go help somebody else, or think about somebody else, don't think about yourself. And when I think about the birds, I think about the animals that were here before we came here and changed things. And I think it's really healthy for us to focus on their betterment and what we can do to make it even better. And I hope you'll be able to come back again and again and tell us the little things and the big things that you think we can do to help. Thank you for your work.
I'd be honored to. Thank you.
Except the Asian snake eel.
I have one more comment.
Ms. Bergeron.
Apologize to my board members, but I think this is very critical. And your presentation is fantastic. I think it's important to understand when you have a 100-year act for God, that's natural. I think the impacts that we have endured over time, and I talk about 1994, there was thousands of wildlife floating dead. And it wasn't because of the 100-year act of God, it was because of the cumulative backup of the water. It was a man-made event. 100-year act of God is a 60 to 90-day impact. The weak die, the strong survive, and that's pretty natural. It's when we're not letting water equalize through modified water delivery. We have a compartmentalized system that we are decompartmentalizing to let the oozing river of grass equalize with the Central Everglades, the Big Cypress Preserve, Fakahatchee, Picayune, Panther Refuge, millions of acres of wilderness by gravity, not forcing water to go somewhere, seeking the sloughs, and you can see them on a satellite aerial, all the way to Florida Bay and Lossman's Slough and Taylor Slough and Shark River Slough is decompartmentalizing the system, which we're working on. Because if you have 3.5 foot of water 2 years in 1994, two years, not 60 to 90 days, everything dies. We have 360 species of birds in the Everglades. And so fortunately, through the leadership of the Corps, our partners, and this board and our staff, we're getting really close. We're removing those barriers and let this water flow by gravity, unrestricted. And I don't think we're too far away from accomplishing that. And I just wanted to make sure that 100-year acts of God can impact all species. I think we have about 70 endangered species, but that's natural. Am I correct?
Correct.
And it's just when we can't move it by natural flow, which that's what modified water delivery is all about.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. That was really interesting, Dr. Cook. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I think Mr. Lipich is right. We'd love to have you come back and not just for a good news story, but just as an update, because whether it's good news, bad news, or whatever, it's interesting. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
We'll move on now to staff reports, and we'll have the monthly financial report with Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon. So the monthly financial report in your package is through the month of January, so the first month of the second quarter. So we have thus far collected $435 million, and we've spent $237. So that's good. We have collected 82% of our ad valorem collections. Through January, it's saying in your monthly financial that it's about a 2% behind, but I did do a look ahead and we have caught back up. So that's what happens up and down, you know, it moves between the months like that. We collected an additional $21 million between December and January, but your average expenditures are about $60 million a month now. And the delta is either a slight lag in receiving reimbursements of funds, even though we're doing them monthly, as well as spending down, you know, your cash balances, your fund balance that's sitting on your books. Investment earnings, we are doing much better this year than we were last year in investment earnings. We have collected thus far 1.9, almost $2 million out of a 3.7 budgeted revenue. So, and again, your largest expenditures are within Everglades restoration and your operations and maintenance. So with that said, that concludes my report.
Well, thanks, Ms. Heater. Does anyone have any questions or comments? You have any clouds on the horizon? Anything you're worried about that we should be worried about?
There's nothing, no, not right now, no. We're watching the counties just because of,
The impact?
Yeah, the impact.
Okay.
And right now, we're not really foreseeing anything, anything to be of alarm.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now go to our first general counsel's report from our new general counsel, Cincher.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I don't have a general counsel's report today.
What? It says here there's a general. Congratulations.
Thank you.
High praise.
We'll now go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Newton Cook had filled out a card, but I don't see it. Okay. And then Mark Perry.
Good afternoon again, Governing Board. Yes, that was a great report on wading birds and the foraging nesting habitats that we're seeing in those increases. I had the opportunity in February to go down to Flamingo and camp for a few days, which I hadn't done prior to the hurricanes, and it was just great going down the main park road and seeing beautiful Everglades and the way it should be and how it is, and of course the big white pelicans at the end. It was just a gorgeous time. And it was dry though, and as we talk about, we're needing to kind of move that water south. And as you stated before, we're all trying to find ways to move the water south. Unfortunately, the STAs are, offline or, for various reasons are not functioning. So we're not able to take that lake water and move it south and keep that water flowing. I do appreciate the updates and the reports, though, the technical reports. I missed seeing Mr. Glenn's slide on the STA summary too, which also says the inflows and outflows and concentration inflows and outflows from each of the STAs. And the technical reports don't seem to be on the agenda in them, or the presentations used to be there where you could boot them up and take a closer look at them. So if we could have those back on the agenda or available to view, that would be really great. Are they? Yeah, I didn't see how they could boot up. Usually they're down at the bottom under, package or background stuff. But, and just, moving that water south, I know the STAs, we spent a lot in the Everglades construction projects, 57,000 acres. We got another restoration strategies completed 2025, going to have another 6,500, and of course, even another 6,000 with the EA reservoir project. So more STAs are going to help, more FEBs, any kind of way we can store and treat that water, move it south. But it gets down to looking at that kind of retention, detention recommendations. The BMPs are recommended. Even these large projects are going to be tough to do it all. And in the C23-24 basin, for instance, even up in our area there, we need to do it upstream and on the sites. And using the BMP suggested by UF and IFAS of BMPs and citrus, particularly on-site retention, detention before it goes into the canals and then into the estuaries, would be really, really beneficial to look into. So I hope we can kind of do that. And then lastly, I just compliment the South Florida ecosystem report, came out just in the first of the month. It's excellent. It is great. I didn't read all 3,000 pages, but I'm working through it. And chapter 8, especially for the NEPA, is very, very good to read. So I suggest it highly. And good job for all the staff who helped put that together. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Going to our virtual world, we're going to start with Lisa Interlandi. Ms. Interlandi, you recognized to speak.
Hey everyone, I'm sorry I couldn't be down there in person with you all today,
but I've been listening to the meeting online and great meeting. That was an amazing wading bird report. So encouraging to see that. But the reason for my comment, I wanted to respond to some of the comments made by Governing Board Member Steinle earlier. I was so pleased to hear him bring attention again to Lake Worth Lagoon and, you know, just ask that it be treated on parity with the other estuaries within the district. I mean, it is an incredible environmental area. It contains some of the best habitat for juvenile green sea turtles in all of South Florida, has some of the highest populations of them. It's really an area worth protecting, so I'm really glad to see that attention. I too have seen increased turbidity in the lagoon, particularly I live in the north end. I wonder whether it's from like C-17 discharging more or what exactly it is, but we have seen that as well. Certainly, definitely would agree that we need more science, more data to better understand you know, how the estuary works and responds to the different conditions and flows and whatnot. And, you know, with regard to Loxahatchee River and the decreasing flows, you know, at this time of year, you know, we have opportunities in the future, obviously, for expediting more flow. You know, one of the things that I wanted to call attention to was the over $100 million, the over $100 million that has been allocated to the C-51 storage project. There was in like 2 years ago, 48 million and $65 million last year for phase 2 cells 12 and 13 to partially fund that and to both of those to benefit Lake Worth Lagoon and also Loxahatchee River. So that storage is likely to be available well before a reservoir and Mecca Farms could be built. So it's just really important to make that connection between C-51 and the C-18 canal, which is the headwaters to Loxahatchee River, so that we can expedite those benefits for the river. And the funding recently was approved this year for the Corbett levee improvements. That is a huge part of it. And I think there's just a few more sections that need to be completed, but it would provide a lot more flexibility and allow us to get that water to the river sooner. So anyways, I just wanted to thank you all for a great meeting and thanks for the opportunity to comment. And I appreciate the attention on both the Lox River and Lake Worth Lagoon issues. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. Mr. Chairman, I have no more raised hands.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, everyone. We'll go to board member comments now. Mr. Bergeron?
John, I had mentioned if you could get any volumes, average volumes coming in from the C11, S9, and the Interceptor. Is there any other inflows into the Central Everglades other than that?
Just be the water from the north.
The
water from the north.
Right, the water from the north. Do you have any average inflows from the other two areas?
So in the water conditions report, there's a slide that has the flows for this water year. But if you're looking for average conditions over a certain period of time, then I can get with you after the meeting and figure out what period of time and then provide you with that information.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thanks. Mr. Lipich?
Thank you. I made notes for myself earlier to want to say that I support the things that Jay said earlier about the Lake Worth Lagoon and the St. Lucie River. And I do think it's only fair that they're either together or not together for the most part. And also if there's algae down there that's found, we should share that information with those upstream, so to speak. Or if it's found around the St. Lucie, share it down there. Just that they are an estuary now. They always were, but now they're officially. So I really think it would be nice if we built that relationship, because sometimes I know they feel like they're left out, and I don't ever want to do that. Also earlier, Mr. Bergeron was speaking about Water Conservation Area 2. I can't claim to be any expert in Water Conservation Area 2. However, my husband and I have flown over those areas, and it is amazing to see the difference in the vegetation when you get from water conservation area 1, of course, compared to 2, and then 3, 4. I mean, it's unnerving almost. And it might be interesting over time. I really think, I know it gets old how I'm always, no pun intended, when I'm always bringing up history. But I think sometimes when you understand the history, it's easier to understand yourself. It's easier to understand where you are today. It might be very educational and interesting to have someone kind of give us the history of the water conservation areas, because I think that was part of the Central and South Florida Plan of 1948. It was the first thing they did, was create those, they stopped the sheet flow to the coastal areas. And then, you know, what happened after that? How were they utilized? When was water conservation area 2 used kind of for a lot of water that may have gotten rid of the tree islands and changed some other things? I just think it's helpful. And I think it's amazing that we have a person on the board who lived here in a time when this was not compartmentalized. This will be the last time that there is someone on this board who has that education. And it would be wonderful if we could talk about it, share, and think about how the best we can bring it back to be. I just want to tell everybody on this board how much you mean to me, how much I appreciate being here, and I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye. And staff too.
Thanks, Mr. Lovich. Vice Chair?
Thought it was a great meeting. Thanks very much.
Colonel Roman?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Mr. Butler? Mr. Martinez, if you're there? And if not, Ms. Meads?
I don't have anything, sir.
Great. I hope you are feeling better, and I hope you recover quickly.
Thank you.
And my final comments are, thanks everyone for being here. There was supposed to be an Audit and Finance Committee meeting that has been postponed. I don't know until when, but indefinitely, and we'll let people know. So pay attention to the website. And we're adjourned until next month. Thanks.